that may necessitate some extra help within our division or some adjustment of priorities. So that's the last bullet point I have, is that certainly all of this is at your discretion. That's why we're having this discussion tonight. You do have the option to tell us what to focus on, and certainly we're trying to do as best we can, recognizing the current staff we've got and the expectations of the community, the development community, and then obviously meeting all of our high priority projects. That's all I've got.
And I just had two quick comments about kind of future decisions, not to be made tonight, because we're not asking for any decision other than just some comments on this. But in the budget proposal, we will be proposing a senior staff position focused on housing, but also perhaps doing some senior planning level activities. But that will have to be weighed against all the other requests within that budget, because it's a budget that has a lot of robust requests in it. And then secondly, as you'll see in the next set of proposals, we are proposing I wouldn't call it a short-term bit of assistance, but kind of a mid-term bit of assistance to help us drive further some of the housing element priorities by putting some consultant dollars into that. We felt that was one of the few places you could kind of put consultant dollars in. We already have some consultant dollars, as Danielle will explain, but it would add to it, particularly once the housing element is agreed to implement a few of the key things. So those are two priorities or two additions that'll help this process a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jenna. Needless to say, there's a fair amount going on. So what we're going to do, in the order of things, we're going to take first clarifying questions from council, and then after that, we'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council for any follow-up thoughts on this particular item. So with that, any council questions? Dave.
In Kat's letter, and it pertains to sort of item 7.2, they're talking about an option for developers to hire town-approved outside planners. Can you maybe just touch on that? They put it under 7.2. Personally, I thought it fit a little bit more under 7.1, but how would that even work, and is that type of option feasible?
So I apologize, I did not see that comment. It was related to, it sounds like hiring an outside planning consultant that could process private development projects.
I think that's what it pertains to, yeah.
Okay. It's certainly an option. It's one that we've talked about occasionally. I would say the difficulty is finding someone that's available, that is able to get to Truckee or work remotely, that's willing and able to kind of get up to speed pretty quickly on all things Truckee, and someone that is able to work at the caliber that we would expect, probably of a higher level staff person. But certainly it's a possibility. There are private consultants out there that do this. I don't think it's something we're adverse to looking at. It would just be kind of working through all the logistics of it, and obviously the cost involved as well. It would potentially be higher than what we bill at our current rate, but may provide a possible option if we start getting really clogged up with our processing.
In the past, we've used consultants more specifically for set projects versus doing just development review and land use permit processing. It's been more successful because then they sort of have a longer term project where that's their sole focus, where you really need to have availability when you're talking about land use applications, that you get phone calls, whether it's from the neighbors or you've got just the applicant who's interested in having, coordinated meetings and things like that, where it's a lot easier to have a full-time staff person who's available to work on that, where the long-range projects just have a little more flexibility. So that's sort of been our past experience.
I mean, what I would say is that I think for projects that are consistent with our regulations, both the general plan, development code, housing element, those projects are not languishing, even given the extensive workload that we've got. It's the ones that are asking for modification or aren't consistent or want an alternative equivalent proposal, which we'll be talking about in a few minutes. Those are the ones that we're struggling with, and I'm not sure having an outside consultant would necessarily change that until we're able to change the rules or the developers are willing to comply with the current framework.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I had right now.
I have one quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I feel like it's really, really valuable to bring to light all of the work that kind of is going on behind the scenes to council and to the community as a whole. So I really appreciate all of the information. I'm wondering, and I know we're not doing budget approval right now, but in mentioning that you're going to possibly be looking to add a senior staff position, would that, and then here it says discussions on cannabis and or short-term rentals may necessitate additional help. Is that above and beyond a hypothetical addition of a senior staff position, or would that be covered? Can that be included in the potential addition of another staff member?
Let me answer that one because I think I'm the one who's been kind of proposing this staff position. At the moment, the proposal actually is not to have the person housed in planning, but rather housed in the manager's office, because there would be a combination of work having to do with some housing programmatic stuff that, for example, some Mountain Housing Council is going away in a little over a year and a half, and there's going to be a gap there that we feel like we need to fill at least a little bit of. So there's a combination of sort of planning work and housing work. That's how I've been envisioning the position. We'll see how it goes through the budget. I think the STR conversation would be a perfect natural thing for that person, and it's certainly in my vision that would be one of that person's tasks. The cannabis, probably not. It's not what I think. It would divert them in an area that I don't think would fit the priority of housing. But certainly we could talk about it, and there's always ways to look at different issues. But that's currently my vision. We'll see how that falls out in the budget conversation.
But to add to what Jeff was saying too, that right now UME spends quite a bit of our planning staff time working on housing program implementation, and so if that was switched over to a housing coordinator position, then that would free up her time to, say, take on the cannabis discussion again.
Kind of following up on Councilmember Pahlavi's question, I think one of the other things that Kat is raising, and I've heard of in other communities, is not so much somebody who was employed or contracted by the town, but rather a role entirely in private industry who's sort of skilled at being an advocate for town projects in a way that first-time developers often aren't skilled at doing. So I've gotten feedback that there's sort of a missing niche in our private sector in this world. Is that?
There is. I mean, we do have a lot of individuals and some companies within town right now that serve in that role. They are kind of acting either as an architectural firm that also does some land use entitlement, or they're doing just sort of project management, and in that role taking on some of the entitlement process with the town. But oftentimes if you have someone who has a planning background, especially if they've come out of public sector work, then they do have a better understanding of sort of the pressures that the staff face, sort of the politics that are going on, the navigation that you do when you go through and try and figure out new codes that you're not familiar with, and then sort of the person who's able to keep track of all of that, almost in like a public affair type of situation. And we haven't seen a lot of that recently within Truckee. There are some firms, I think, that are testing that out, that are coming up from the Bay Area or Grass Valley, that are trying to see if there's enough of a market here. But that would be significantly helpful if there were more people like that out there to kind of play that role.
Yeah, and I guess maybe it's less of a question, but I'm just wondering if there's anything that we can do to encourage or kind of make it known that is helpful.
We've actually done that. Danielle, I know, and I think believe Jenna as well, has actually recommended that to a number of applicants. It's just we can't recommend a certain individual or firm. It's inappropriate for the town, but we can say, hey, if you could find somebody who could kind of bridge that gap, play that navigator role, it'd be great.
Yep. Great. I think that's all for now.
Just to clarify, you've got these 4 high priorities, right? And then everything else is clumped together. And then you say, if we were going to do a cannabis discussion and STIRS discussion, you'd have to add extra staff. So that's leaving me to assume that you guys feel you can continue to manage those 4 priorities, and the slow review admittedly slower review of normal applications. Is that accurate, or am I hearing, because I'm hearing this for the first time, that you guys need help now? You know, is the flag red or orange or white?
I think kind of what Jeff said and Danielle said, that if a senior level housing focused person were brought on board, that would likely shift some of the work that we're currently doing, both with Yumi Dawn and her work on the housing element and potential discussion on short-term rentals. That could be shifted away. The cannabis is still out there. It really depends on how the town wants to address personal cultivation. If we say, really not a big deal, don't worry about it, don't worry about enforcement, don't worry about a permit process for people that are growing, that may be a very short process. I'm not sure where we'll land on that, but I think to answer your question, we're managing pretty well with the highest priorities and the current load of development projects, plus the addition of Emily and Julie. We have a complete planning staff. So Danielle, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we can get through it. If we have a robust discussion on personal cultivation of cannabis, and then a robust discussion on short-term rentals, plus, this interest in having sort of someone focused on housing, and that's placed upon planning, that could be tough.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. It does appear that, though, that even if we were through the budget process, which we're going to start next week, approve this additional position, it's going to be months before this person is here, and potentially even more months before they're actually up to speed. So we have to get through our spring and summer permit process, taking all of that into consideration. What's the temperature there?
You're right. It would likely be September, October before, assuming the budget is approved mid-June, then we would go through a position creation where we would have to actually create the job description for this new staff person. That may take some time. Then we'd have to go out and advertise for it, go through an interview process, bring them on. If they're local, that may be quicker. If they're not, then that may take some time. So it could be a while before they're actually here. And then, like you mentioned, fully functioning, it could be even toward the end of this year.
Okay. And I ask these questions just to make sure that we have an understanding and the community has an understanding of what some of the obstacles are. And I think that's the usefulness of this report, that you guys really are challenged with a lot on your plate. Last question, much like our energy auditor, that's their specialty. We hired them to do that. A lot of communities are dealing with these cannabis and STIRS questions. Are there consultants out there that could handle those specifically?
I would suspect there are folks that are working on short-term rentals. The cannabis industry is still the legalized cannabis industry is still pretty new. I don't know if there are folks that would lead community-wide discussions on that. There are certainly consultants that can be brought in to lead discussions on anything, and they quickly get up to speed on that. That's certainly what I had to do with cannabis. Okay. It would just depend on where we wanted to go with both of those discussions.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Jenna, there was mention of a number of projects having conflicts with the 2025, the current general plan. Just curious, how many are there, and what is sort of the nature of those issues? What are you running up against?
Probably 7 to 10, but they're pretty major projects with some pretty sizable development associated with them, and they've generally taken up a fair amount of our time over the past year.
So are these items such as that involve or entail rezoning, those kinds of things?
Rezoning and general plan amendments are the two primary processes.
Okay, great. And then just for a second, and I know we're going to talk about staffing as well in item 7.2, I believe. There's some overlays with staffing in that item. In terms of the ideal staffing sort of scenario right now, what I just want to confirm what I'm hearing is, number one, some kind of housing coordinator position, and then secondly, augmenting with perhaps consultant assistance where needed on specific projects. Is that a fair characterization?
I think fairly. I think what we're proposing at the moment is a housing coordinator / planner, and we're not exactly sure how to shade that. I actually have written up a job description, so I have one of those tasks done. So I'm one step ahead. Yeah, that only takes about 2 hours actually. So that and then the second one is not necessarily hiring consultant assistants for development applications, but rather consultant assistants to take, and I'll just call it turbo up the housing element a bit, make it a bit more detailed and robust, and particularly then being able to follow along quickly. The way a housing element works is it typically it's a policy document, and it sort of tells you to do things like, gee, we should rezone these 3 properties, but it doesn't actually do those rezonings. And as we noticed, as most communities, it often takes many years to actually accomplish the to-do list. The idea would be to try to do a few key ones that could move housing projects along more quickly that we think are very favorable immediately. And that's somewhat unusual. And I think so. I think of it as housing implementation consultant. And since we have a good housing element consultant already, we think that's a pretty logical fit as opposed to bringing somebody in out of the blue, having to learn the Truckee code, which is complex, and then immediately sort of throwing them onto a development application that may or may not actually speed it up. In my experience, sometimes a planning consultant on an application doesn't actually A, speed it up, or B, reduce staff time. Okay. But we think, but as Danielle said, we think on a project basis, absolutely. And that's why we put the consultants toward the general plan.
And would you envision that a housing coordinator position would have the potential to also do processing of applications to some degree?
They may, but I think Danielle's vision, which I think is a good one, is that to the degree that we can free up some of Yumi Don's time, because she's very good at that and has a lot of experience, knows the code, it kind of creates that opportunity by taking some of the housing programmatic stuff off her plate.
Well, and I would just add, too, that it is typical for planners to address the more current land use applications versus sort of the long-term projects because the need is in front of your face and right there. And you've got someone on the phone and you've got meetings to have where your long-range projects have, a 2 to 3 year time frame. And it's kind of, I can put that meeting off. So sometimes if you want to have someone who's dedicated to doing certain things, you kind of do have to separate their roles. And if housing really is the focus, then if you're creating a housing person, pulling them away to do development review probably isn't going to achieve the purpose of the role in the first place.
Right.
And I didn't expect tonight to be sort of pushing for my little position, but I will say this, that part of the job that I think at least that I see that would be useful, I kind of call it the housing navigator. So if we see a housing project that appears to have some merit, but perhaps has some problems or isn't complete, or this person would know enough about planning to be able to help navigate and maybe move things along, or at least understand where the hurdles are, in a way that right now takes a bit longer. And as Councilmember Goodwin suggested, if there were some people out in the community doing that at a great level, that'd be terrific. And there are some, but it appears to be a need. So that would be one of the tasks.
Okay. Any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Okay. All right. Thank you again. At this point, we'll open this item up for public comment. Anyone who has public comment, please be sure to fill out a speaker card either before or after your comment, which is in the back, and give that to Judy Price. And go ahead. Hello, Pat.
Good evening, Mayor Tierman, members of the council. My name is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about 3 housing-related items, my favorite topic. First off, I want to thank Jeff and Danielle. Last couple of days have been pretty intense with some phone calls and emails back and forth, and appreciate their help. I also wanted to just give you a little bit of a prelude. We don't speak for developers. Our association is composed primarily of the tradespeople, the professionals that work for developers. So there is a connection there. If a project's not approved, construction workers don't have work. But with that, I'll launch into 7.1. I did give you a real short outline, and we'll keep my comments brief. Agree with the 4 high priorities as identified in the staff report. Don't have a need to discuss short-term rentals or cannabis cultivation or any of those other things on that list. It's pretty impressive. Strongly support the housing navigator position. This is something we've asked for, the liaison, the communication source, that ambassador, whatever you want to call it. You know, hallelujah, money well spent, and glad to see that. So strong support for that. We would like a little bit more complete list of all the pending projects that indicate which projects have a housing requirement and which have a housing component. What's the magnitude of the volume? And I'll just close with acutely aware of the staff overload. You don't need to convince us. We're very cognizant of that, and that's a good segue to 7.2. But I hold my comments when we get to that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello, Council. My name's Sean Whalen, and I'll be back up. I came here to speak to 7.2 and 7.3, but I'll take the opportunity to address 7.1 as well. As I look at these priorities here, I see that the 2040 general plan update seems to take a high priority and a large amount of hours from staff. When I see third on the list, I see the 2025 general plan processing of current projects, many of which are housing projects that would benefit the community today, should it be reprioritized. So my comment and recommendation would be to move number 3 to the top, and let's get those that have housing in queue in the 2025 plan, of which we have 6 years left, out of queue and into construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi, my name's Heather Rankow. I'm a local resident, and I've also been, a local employee of planning, design, architecture, and construction firms throughout the region. A couple of your housing projects you've seen either approved or in process. I've done entitlements or worked on them, so I'm fairly familiar with that process. I've worked with a variety of developers, and, I agree with town comments and, the town council's comments. And I wanted to kind of discuss, you guys had talked about providing like a local resource or planner, and I know all these projects, if you have, 15 housing projects, the back and forth that goes on between the developers, whether it's emails or through write-ups, is lengthy and takes a lot of time, on both sides, both the developers and the planning department. And so, how do we provide as a community an alternative method maybe that can get both of them in the same room at the same time? And, a lot of these developers come through every couple months. Some of the housing projects have been going on for 2 years and trying to achieve entitlement. So, I think, providing both an opportunity to have the developers, the town, and maybe local planners in the same room every couple of months and saying, these are your processes, this is how you achieve this. If you want a density bonus, this is A, B, and C how to do it. And instead of repeating that process as a planner time in and time out on every single application, you kind of go beyond the housing workshops that are now presented now, where how do we get the housing resources? Well, we know how to do that. Mountain Housing Council is kind of helping with that. But how do we get from there to entitlement? And I think, that's kind of the roadblock that a lot of developers and private citizens are kind of seeing. And probably also with planning, you guys want to be able to get there, but we have our, development code. And, there's a lot of amendments that, as you guys have talked about, that are going to happen to make those happen. So I think if we can kind of provide a workshop for developers, planners, and for the town, that kind of might be a melding of the both. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Hi, my name is Svenja Ziegler, and I'm part of the Truckee River Co-housing group. And I loved your comments about, Heather, your comments about the, streamlining the process, getting the developers to regular meetings with the town and planners. I'm strongly in support as well of another senior position. I think that's a very valid point. And this is, I know this goes into the next section, but it is kind of in support of that senior position, where it says in the staff report, since the town initiated the general plan update in February 2018, no land use applications for multifamily or mixed-use housing projects have moved forward to Planning Commission for consideration. So that's over a year where nothing has moved forward to the Planning Commission. And Jenna, you mentioned that you think you have these under control, these normal, the normal volume of development, but this almost speaks to me. There is definitely more help needed to move these forward and to be in line with this vision of really promoting housing and developing more locals housing. Thank you. And where do I give this?
Thank you, Svenja. Any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Stontiner. Again, some more. My family owns a Mountain Forge. I just wanted to make a comment that I think it's really great that there is some opportunity coming to town. I think it's great that we have a local developer who's interested in preserving the community and preserving that kind of sentiment through the community. And I think that the workforce housing is really necessary. I think high density housing can be done really well. I think that it's we've got some opportunity downtown, and we should take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll bring this back to council for discussion, follow-up thoughts. So we have here in front of us, I'm thinking maybe the thing we can do is get feedback on the highest priorities. The third sort of bullet here is the volume of normal applications, consistency with the general plan, and then any other discussion items such as the cannabis personal use or STRs or anything else that council might want to broach. So anyone care to open up the discussion? Dave? Okay.
But I appreciate this. I appreciate the summary, first of all. So thank you very much for that. It really helps us understand, especially as we go into the budgeting process next week, what a lot of the constraints are. I also think this mirrors quite a bit of the priorities that we have set for ourselves over the coming year. So I do think we're aligned. I think Sean's comments, they absolutely resonate. And I think that's why we have the next two items on our agenda coming before us tonight. And that'll really give us a great opportunity to talk about the housing that is coming down right now. And, just reminding, the community, especially with that, general plan update doesn't take a year, unfortunately. It takes 2 to 3, maybe even 4 years sometimes. So our community has changed a lot, and I think it's important for us to make sure that we're updating our attitudes, our decision making, and making sure that we as a town, we as a council are aligned with a lot of those updated thoughts that are happening in our community, and we hear about them a lot. So I agree that we should continue high priority on the general plan. We're going to talk about the housing stuff in a bit, and I would recommend that we approve the work plan before us.
Thank you, Dave. Jessica?
If I may, I do have a question. Has it been considered, or would it make sense with some of the comments to do something like an open room with planning to get developers in front of planners at the same time, or to help with facilitating that process? Is that something that's been considered? Is it reasonable? Is it feasible? Do we have the staff time?
I'll take a stab at it, and my colleagues can chime in. I think it is a reasonable thing to do, and we did it with at the kind of highest level with Planning Commission and Council, if you recall, not not too long ago by bringing someone in from the outside. I think the downside is it's one more task, and it adds to that task list. So it does take time. The other downside, I think, in the reality of planning applications is that, sure, if there's for example, a new policy. Let's say, for example, at the end of the housing element, we change our ordinance on inclusionary or make some changes. That would be a great time to do something focused on what do the new changes mean. But I think what happens is development interests are not always aligned exactly, in the sense that they're all kind of vying for their own project, and they all have very specific questions that they need answered. And so, the utility of that for a particular developer who needs to really navigate their particular interests might not be as high. If there are some broad things that the community or that the building community and or development community is, uneasy about or unclear about, I think absolutely we could do something. Good example is the thing that Dan West, our chief building official, our acting interim chief building official, is putting together is these new regulations on net zero building requirements. And he's bringing some people in. They're going to do this big thing in, I believe it's in May. And that's an excellent example on the building side. We could do something similar, but I would be leery of creating yet another project that, again, just means, dollars and time.
But I will say, one of the things that we've looked at as a more near-term solution is actually creating office hours for myself so that I can be in that role a little bit more, where even though we have a planner on call who's available from 8 to 4 Monday through Friday, oftentimes someone's looking for a different type of question to be answered. And so by having more availability, I think that will make it easier if, some developer wants to meet and kind of talk about a contemplated project or questions about processing or things like that, then that'll just make me more accessible. And I think that would be another way to have a more one-on-one type of conversation, which is oftentimes what people are looking for.
We'll just comment back to Councilmember Pallavi. I don't mean to sound impertinent, but we're not actually asking for the council to vote on the work program. We're happy to have your direction. Well, I think the only important distinction is we have dozens of work programs around town hall, and I think that's kind of our job to figure that out. Give us the big picture direction. Tell us our priorities are right or wrong, and I think that's what's most important here is some direction on that. Just a small clarification.
You're looking for input.
Input. That'd be great.
Okay.
I really appreciate the clarity of how much is going on, and it's really helpful for all of us to see that. I will keep this brief because I think our other items tonight are pretty, in some ways, kind of worth more discussion. I do think the priorities are right. The general plan, housing strategies, arts master plan, sustainability. My understanding is that the arts plan is probably closest to reaching a finishing point where we get to free up some time for the others.
Yeah, we have the draft that Nick put together that was released on Friday, and we've got a open house at Art Truckee tomorrow, and then we'll see how that goes when we get feedback through that process, but it shouldn't be too much longer.
Great. I did want to address one thing that I believe Mr. Whalen brought up in his public comments about the 2025 plan. My understanding is that the 2025 plan would be great if the projects being proposed were not asking for changes to it. But given that so many projects are asking for changes to it, that's part of why we all decided that instead of making a bunch of little changes, it would be good to make one big comprehensive change, which is what we're doing. Forgive me if I misunderstood your comment, but I'm just sort of our context about why we've ended up in this process. I think I'll wrap it up there.
I too want to echo this is the value of this work program and me understanding all that you guys are doing. I learned a lot, so thank you. Every week I learned so much. One of the things that's clear to me too is that the reason why we have agenda items 7.2 and 7.3 before us tonight is because planning is having to do a lot of extra work on those 7 to 10 applications that are non-conforming. So if we can come up with a consensus for the alternative equivalent, that could alleviate some of that workload. Is that correct?
Again, I'll jump in because I think I'm going to handle 7.3. I'm to blame for it, so I might as well step up and or responsible for it. I would say fairly modest change because those projects we're talking about, the equivalent is one piece, but it's really the rezone request and the general plan amendment request that is more significant.
And those really are part of a bigger process that,
yes,
as Councilmember Goodwin is talking about, that we really need to look at things more globally and understand how all of these different little rezonings impact the others.
Well, and each application comes forward on its own merit. That's how we're doing it at this point. Mm-hmm. They have to go through the rezoning and general plan amendment process for that project. So the alternative equivalent is a piece, but I would say it's a fairly modest one. I think if we simply solving that will not suddenly open up a bunch of time. I think that would not be true.
Yeah. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your dedication to fulfilling our priorities. So in case the community hasn't seen, we have a nice graphic representation of our new council's priorities on the wall. Very proud of those, and I think you guys are doing a great job aligning yourself with those. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, my own sort of compliments to the staff, to the team for managing an incredible workload and balancing everything out. There's a lot going on, and I think everyone in the community is very aware of that. So it definitely is a balancing act. I definitely agree with the taking of a hard look at our staffing and our resources in order to meet the challenge. And look forward to the discussions during the budget cycle coming up. A couple of things we heard during public comment, and I think it was also mentioned in the letter from Kat. There was some mention of process and our process, and I actually do think there's merit in having some sort of roundtable, and certainly not looking to add any workload, but at least have some kind of an open roundtable discussion about our process, how our process flows, and then hearing from the development community what their perspective is. Because I think if we can get some of the challenges that both staff is facing and our development community is facing out on the table, that's kind of the first step to figuring things out and perhaps coming up with some solutions that are gonna help us both, kind of a win-win. So I've seen some other jurisdictions have sort of a process flow chart, which is is kind of a one-pager tool that applicants can review and understand, step one through whatever, what the process looks like. Some of them I've seen are quite complicated. Placer County has one that is very complicated. No offense, Placer County, if you're watching, but I think, maybe just a thought or suggestion, something to think about if we don't already have something like that. And then the only other thought I would have to throw out there is I think this annual update is terrific. I think it certainly sheds light for the community on all of the things that are going on. I just had a thought that's similar to what our building department does on a kind of a regular monthly basis, issuing building permit reports. We get the weekly police log, so we have some visibility on what's happening there. I think it'd be great to think about putting together a one-page Excel summary of sorts for planning, so that we once a quarter, and now you've got Julie and some help, maybe something that gives us and the Planning Commission visibility on what's in the pipeline, what you're dealing with, who's assigned to the projects, what the land use or designation zoning is, the size of the project, status, date it came in. So just a thought. I'll plant the seed of the thought with you guys, and maybe something that we could think about doing going forward. And then getting back to the priorities here. I agree. I think the priorities are certainly aligned with what we decided as a council during our retreat and our goals, as Anna pointed out on the wall. I also think it's important as well, I believe you recognize this, that with the normal volume of applications, many of which are housing related, which is a priority, that we continue to give those their due diligence and their due time, and continue to process those as best we can. So those are my thoughts. Anything else? All right. Do you? So we're not voting on anything. We're just providing input. So you got it? Okay. Excellent. Very good. Okay. So with that, we're going to move on to item 7.2. And 7.2 is direction on housing strategies, House Truckee First, the implementation strategy, and then the housing element update work plan. And it looks like Danielle, you are going to walk us through that, or Jeff? I'm going to, as I often do, give out just a brief overview, and Danielle will do all the important parts and the great slides. My overview is really both for 7.2 and 7.3. It will be somewhat similar. I'll be a little more specific on 7.3, but I want to take the pressure off council a little bit, and maybe pressure off community a little bit on these items. Because it's housing, because it's so important, it sounds like, wow, we've got to make tough decisions tonight, and this is it. This is our chance. We're going to set policy and ordinance, and that's not actually what this is about. And maybe we misunderstood because there's so much information packed into two very good staff reports from Danielle. But what we're really trying to do is give council and community members, perhaps, who haven't had the benefit of all of the housing conversations, dialogues, workshops, and work that we all get on a daily basis. If you remember, in the last X number of, in a year and a half's time, we've had 6 housing workshops and about to have the 7th that the town has sponsored. There were 4 originally, then we're doing 3 Housing First. In addition, I would say between Danielle, Yumi, Jenna, a couple of council members, and I, we've probably been to something on the order of 25 to 30 Mountain Housing Council workshops and meetings over the last year and a half. Not always about Truckee issues, but very often about issues we care about. So what we're trying to do is sort of start to pull some of that together for council as informational. So the 7.2 and 7.3 are primarily a kind of a conversation starter, if you will. We do have some, recommendations or some things we could use some direction on embedded in there, but I think we should kind of see this as more, information, a good way to start to get our hands around it, and by no means the last opportunity. We have a housing element coming up very soon. General plan update will deal with housing throughout. Still workshops to come. So there's many opportunities to start to hone in on some of these tough issues. So to the degree that helps kind of take the pressure off of us in terms of, if we don't vote on project X tonight, or we're not voting on project, but if we don't vote on policy X, we're missing the boat. I don't believe that's the case.
Thanks, Jeff, for that context. Yeah, I think it's helpful to look at this from the perspective of everyone's priority right now is housing. So whether it's the council, the community, if you're a business owner, you are looking for a job, you are the staff person, I think housing is just such on the forefront of everyone's minds. And so when we were going through these different workshops that we had done, it was really fascinating to see the feedback of, why did you come to these workshops? Because a lot of times you have to set aside a time to come and make sure that it's something you're really interested in. And most people wanted to come because they care, they need housing, or they know someone that needs housing. So when we were looking at how to package information for council and kind of bring you up to speed on the information we've been collecting, we thought we'd talk about it in terms of housing strategies, because this is one of the council's priorities and one of the community's priorities. We wanted to make sure that we're kind of bringing you along with that discussion as we get into the more detailed discussion of the housing element. So the slide series that I have here doesn't go over all the charts and everything that are in the staff reports, because that's really background data for anyone that wants to dig into it to kind of understand the specific feedback that was given. But what I thought was helpful to do is go over some of the more big picture topics that came out of those workshops to provide some context. So we did have, specific to House Truckee First, 2 workshops. And if council can remember back to about a year ago, when we were talking about the general plan and kind of our next steps, one of the things we talked about was, well, since housing is such a priority, then let's talk about that first in the context of the general plan update. And we created this House Truckee First strategy where we decided to do some workshops and kind of provide opportunity to have that more comprehensive discussion with the community about the different kind of projects that were out there when the developers were willing to talk about them, talk about some opportunity sites, and get a sense of, how much of a magnitude of an issue is this to the community, and what's a first step to be able to tackle that. These next few slides are some of the ones that our consultants had put together for the very first House Truckee First workshop that we did to kind of reemphasize why we're talking about this issue. Our housing costs are very expensive. When you look at sort of rent or something that's affordable, more than half of our residents are paying more than they should be for their housing. So if they could even find somewhere to go, they're going to be spending more than they should be. And we should be concerned about that. So then it goes back to, well, if they can find something. And that is an even more challenging issue for us, that because we have a housing stock that's primarily single-family homes, and of those, a lot of them are vacation homes and unavailable, it really provides a very limited housing stock for people that want to live here full-time, in a combination of obviously unaffordable and then limited availability just puts the squeeze on even further. So when we thought about that going into these workshops that we had put together, we thought, okay, well, let's come up with some focus areas. The staff have been working on some what we called opportunity sites, and we kind of broke it down into 4 key focus areas. Now, I'll note that they didn't cover everything within the town. We didn't go all the way out to Glenshire. We didn't go to Donner Lake, primarily because we were looking for those sites that we'd either had conversations with developers about, we had recognized that they'd been kind of sitting and were vacant, or really did serve as an opportunity for the community to talk about. And we created those 4 sites to match up with some maps. And then in our favorite exercise that all planners like to do, we gave people dots and said, come join in this exercise with us. And I know there's a tendency to think that, well, it's only a representation of who showed up at the meeting, so it's biased. It's not really reflective of the community at large. And to some degree, that is true, that we're not talking about statistics here. We're talking about general feeling and sort of the guidance that comes out of people's willingness to come and participate in these exercises. So although it's more qualitative, I think it's really a good insight for us to use as we move forward into the housing element, so that we have an understanding of sort of where everyone's mindset is in going into this. And you're right, it's not everyone in the community, but there are other perspectives that are here tonight that have talked at other council meetings. And those all get taken into consideration as well. So just to go over the 4 sites, so we had downtown as a focus area. We had the Gateway area, so kind of over by the hospital. We had the North 89 corridor, so going up through and including all the Grace Crossing properties and kind of stretching out over to Coachland. And then we had the Brockway corridor, which was to go all the way out towards the Soaring Ranch area. So that allowed people to kind of go in different groups. We had about 60 participants in the first workshop that we did, and about 75 in the second one, which is a pretty good turnout. I think we've noticed that people like going downtown to go to workshops, so we'll be doing that more. And then, like I said, the staff report has sort of all that, big background data. But I think for us, sort of the big key takeaways to keep in mind are the community's looking at this perspective of, community is important. We live in a beautiful area. We really value these things. We value this as our home. And we're not afraid of change. I think that was pretty clear, that I think people realize that there's such a missing opportunity for so many people, that because Truckee is a very inclusive community, they wanted to see more opportunity for that. I think what we weren't sure was sort of, what's the flavor of change? And again, this is just, an indicator. It's not the end all be all, but most people use their dots to talk about 2 to 3 story multifamily projects. Not so much about, more single family or more vacation homes, things like that. It's, hey, how do we kind of add in some more density that we don't have right now? There were a few of these 17 opportunity sites that we had kind of identified in these 4 focus areas that didn't get a lot of votes. The 2 town-owned properties and then Upper MacGyver were ones that people just didn't really focus on, which doesn't mean that there isn't some community interest for that, but I think it's just that given the dots that they had, they chose to use those in a different way. On the flip side of that, people were very interested in seeing Frishman Hollow 2 and the Gales property, which is next to Coachland, allow for more housing. And we do expect to see a housing project come in May for Frishman Hollow 2. And that could be around 80 units for that project. So things are happening. We do have projects that are continuing to submit to, propose ideas to come in, and we are processing those. And that will just add to this discussion in another facet, which is great. Diversity was definitely one of the more popular topics that were raised. And there were other things that were kind of outliers, even though we gave everyone the opportunity to talk about these very focused sites. There were no constraints put on how people participated. So if they wanted to stick a dot in the middle of Sierra Meadows or, talk about Safeway, that was all taken into consideration too. And we have all of that cataloged so that when we put this information in the housing element, we'll have all that data. There was a lot of interest in more second units in a lot of the neighborhoods. There was interest in doing mixed use in commercial areas. Parking downtown became quite a hot topic in a lot of the dots. Housing next to jobs. I think these are things that are kind of intuitive that we expected to find out, other than I think the 2 to 3 story was kind of a tester one, because when we looked at something more dense, so something in a 4 to 6 story range, something we were terming urban, the dots tended to focus more downtown. So my sense is that the community has a good understanding of sort of planning principles, which is nice to see come out of a workshop. But now that we've collected all that information, we've kind of compiled it, what does that mean? What are our next steps? And that's partly why we brought this staff report to you, is that we had made a commitment to allow for this dialogue to happen. We've been working with developers. I think we had representation of all 17 opportunity sites at one or the other of the 2 workshops. And that's a different dynamic than we've had in the past, because it allowed for the development community to kind of have face-to-face interactions with the community members who came and wanted to participate and could hear that information firsthand, and then vice versa, which is a very powerful dialogue when you're able to kind of understand both sides of people's interests. So I think that information is compiled within there, and why the dots were kind of placed where they were, because we were able to facilitate that information. But what does that mean now? And so I think when we were packaging this and kind of talking about what's the best steps to facilitate more housing opportunities, which is really the primary goal that we've all been talking about. We came up with some options. These don't have to be all the options, but I think they're ones that either the housing element already was talking about, such as option 1 that we proposed, which is a more formalized prioritization of affordable housing, to the other side of, well, let's put more resources towards the housing element so that we can really get things moving. I think if you look at it sort of from a staff's perspective, we're juggling these applications that have zone changes, and we're seeing projects that have merit, and we have a housing element to get done. We want to try and find a streamlined process for that, and the best way to kind of meet everyone's needs. I mean, that's the ultimate goal. We're here to serve the community in whatever way that makes the most sense, but within the context of something that's helpful. And so for us, even though we kind of propose these options, we're looking at really more the housing element as the opportunity, because you can have projects where right now they maybe aren't going quite that fast because they're asking for a rezone. Could be a project that has merit, but if we can at least do some of the work through the housing element, and then if someone's willing to participate in that, and then allow for the town to do the work at the back end, so actually rezoning property, then in theory, sort of by winter of next year, a property would have, the basis that they need, the foundation they need to be able to move forward with a project that would be much more streamlined and simplified, because we could say it's consistent. We're just checking the box at that point. So I think there are many nuances within each of these options, but we wanted to kind of give you just a little bit of a spectrum to consider as part of this discussion. Within the housing, affordable housing project kind of option, that one could be a very long process if we decide that we want to create a lot of criteria. It could be a very simple process if we just said, hey, any project that has more than 15% affordable, kind of goes to the front of the line. Planners work on those as a priority. The other projects are still moving, but at a slower pace. And, I think that's part of this dialogue too, is that, yes, the staff have a lot to do and they're very busy, but they're very dedicated, especially to projects where, people are maybe not quite meeting the intent of what's in the code, but have good intentions, want to do something. So there's a lot of back and forth that's been happening to try and facilitate these projects. And this is another path to do that, where we're able to kind of look at what's going on and say, what's a way that we can help? And we really do think that we could keep going with status quo. We're going to process applications. We're going to do general plan. We're going to do housing element. But if we really want to help people get through the process in a more streamlined fashion, then having resources, primarily a consultant that we can take, which would be our housing consultant, to kind of help us do a more robust housing element, and then through that also at the back end work on the implementation, then I think that's the town kind of taking the leadership role. Yeah, Jeff.
I think Danielle's about to sort of change gears to the second half of this, and I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in on this. As we were kind of working this through, we had some, there's some advantages and disadvantages to each of these 1, 2, 3 sort of strategies. And I think at this point, at least from my perspective, strategy 3 really seems, and we kind of described it earlier, really seems like the most effective. Strategy 2 is kind of what we've been doing, struggling, and you saw the work program, before, and I think it's doing okay, but we need more resources. And the other problem, I think, with the status quo, I mean, if this council recalls, the previous council grappled quite extensively with the notion of some form of a moratorium while we did the general plan. Ultimately, we decided not to do that. That would have changed this picture substantially, because then all of most of our resources would be put into general plan update and housing element and these policy things, and kind of hold the applications back. We decided, no, we need to, because we need housing so desperately, we need to do both. That did set up the the status quo as we see it. Number 1 sounds really good, and it sounded very good to us. Gee, what if we just somehow came up with some simple criteria that could quickly prioritize, 5 or 6 of these, move forward? But as we thought about it, we realized that that would be a process in and of itself that would be controversial, that would involve all 17 opportunity site developers, if not others, that could be multiple meetings at council, and we decided that perhaps that was not a good avenue because it would entail essentially a whole work process simply to get us back to where we are today. And we feel like it's a lot more judicious use of time to go with strategy 3. So I'm pushing for strategy 3 if we do anything different.
Yeah, and I do want to be clear that even if we go with option 3, anyone who has a project can continue to have their project processed outside of the housing element. This is not a, stop what you're doing and you have to be in the housing element process. So it's no different. What it does is just gives us, as the staff, more resources to be able to facilitate the dialogue with individual property owners. The state's requirements now for a site that's considered ready is different than it was with our current housing element. We actually have to have commitment letters from developers saying, yes, I will rezone this property. So the state keeps kind of ratcheting the bar up higher and higher for us to meet their expectations to get housing on the ground. So where before in the housing element you were trying to address your regional housing needs assessment numbers and your targets, they really are working more towards getting the numbers to match up with the rezoning square footages that you've kind of identified. So it's this will be an 8-year cycle for us, so we won't have to kind of worry about it after this housing element, but we will in some ways because we don't know what's coming next. So we have to continually pay attention and may have to modify even at this 8-year time frame to make sure that once that 8 years is up and we're doing our next round of housing element, that we're not so far behind the curve that we won't be able to meet the state's expectations nor our community's needs. I mean, it's really both. So we see this as a path to kind of help with this dialogue of providing the opportunity, providing the streamlining, and being able to continue to have House Truckee First as the first priority within the general plan update. That being said, we're still working on other components of the general plan. So the consultants are working on the opportunities, issues, and constraints report, which is the next report that comes out now that they've released the existing conditions report. And then they're also going to start working on the alternatives because we currently have them working on a portion of the housing element. So there's a lot of overlap going on that we'll be able to utilize and expedite if the council goes in that direction. So I think that's helpful. And then Jeff's right, to switch gears because it's sort of a 2-part yet related staff report, what is happening with the housing element update? Because it is a very, very expedited time frame. So I thought I'd just say it, that adoption by August, it's a really important marker for us. And again, the state has created some lovely incentives for us not to miss our mark and have a housing element out of compliance, like taking away some of our regulatory authority if we don't meet the deadline to have a compliant housing element, and if we don't do our annual reporting for that. What that means is that a project that may go through a discretionary review with the Planning Commission, if we fall out of compliance, would then be under an SB 35 permit, excuse me, which is a streamlined permit that is only staff review. And all we can do is just check for consistency with objective general plan criteria. So it's quite a penalty for jurisdictions that care about what they look like and what their projects are. Sorry. So how are we going to achieve this really expedited time frame? And we came up with a quick strategy for that. So again, because of, as Jeff was explaining, we've done quite a bit of work already in support of this housing discussion. We didn't kind of squeeze in a bunch of extra housing workshops and things, although we think that we'll be able to kind of take that information and use GPAC and use sort of a facilitated council commission workshop to be able to kind of talk about some of the more pertinent policy discussions that we have. Yumi has already done an analysis of the existing housing element. So we've gone through and kind of pulled out the policies that maybe don't meet some of the state's current criteria, or we've already kind of completed them. They're not relevant anymore. And then identified some of the new policies that we think the GPAC and Council and Commission should be talking about. So our hope is that we'll be able to have a very focused discussion with some sort of key policies, knowing that a lot of them are relevant. We've kind of already taken care of the ones that are complete, and there should be a pretty limited amount that are new within this review. But again, if council's interested in having us have more consultant help, then we think we can kind of be more specific about the opportunity sites that we're looking at rezoning, and then through that, separately, we can apply for SB2 grant funding, which is up to $150,000 that the town can use to facilitate the rezoning itself. So that could be used for environmental review, that can be for any of the workshops, the planning process that goes with that, which would be a huge help. And then to meet that deadline, it would be July Planning Commission and August Council. So there's not a lot of room in there, particularly because Yumi, who's doing a lot of the work, will be unavailable for big portions of April, as will I. But we have our consultant who will be doing stuff while we're out, and compile everything for May to be able to have stuff for GPAC on the 25th of April, and then the discussion in front of the council. And just because I only have a few slides about that, I didn't want you to think it wasn't important, but I really just wanted to boil it down to the key issues so you have time to talk about it. As far as our recommendation, I just want to put it on one comprehensive slide for you so that as you go through your discussion, we are just looking for direction, but it's two topics, sort of the how's Truckee first next steps with your three options that we presented, or if you want to talk about anything else, we'll take your direction on that, and then also the housing element work program.
I wanted to add just one point. Because the housing element is required to be done quite a bit in advance of the rest of the general plan, we recognize, and have said this from the beginning, I think council heard this when we talked about the general plan schedule. It's not unlikely, in fact, almost certain, that the general plan process will create some housing opportunities or some housing policy changes, or we'll get deeper on a inclusion area or whatever after August. It will undoubtedly continue to, some of it will be trading commercial land for housing land or industrial this, for, as we get deeper into land use. We fully anticipate then somewhere a year and a half, 2 years from now, going back and probably making some revisions to the housing element, which is perfectly reasonable and okay to do. HC doesn't mind that as long as you don't undo all the good things that they want to see you do. My guess is we'll go the other direction. We'll probably provide more opportunities. But just a suggestion that even though August comes quickly and there's not 24 workshops between now and then, the process is not over.
Right. So our commitment would be to identify which ones we think are reasonable and doable within the August timeframe, and which ones we think we should hold on to and rediscuss as part of the housing element.
Okay. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Jeff. As before, we'll first open this up for council clarifying questions, and then after that, we'll go to public comment. So I'll look to the right this time.
I have a few. Thank you for that, Danielle. So quick question on the housing coordinator position. Do you see that as a long-term position, given where we are with housing now and what we anticipate in terms of our town's build-out capacity over the next 10 years or so?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Well,
it's a long-term position.
Yes, and one of the tasks that person will be tasked with early on is to work with council on a stable funding source, a long-term stable funding source for housing. If that stable funding source could include funding for that position, then that position becomes easier to budget for.
Of course, that was my next question, so thanks for anticipating that. Right after that, I thought I interpreted from the staff report that we are applying for the SB2 grant. Is that correct?
Yeah, we will apply for it. It's a fairly easy process, and the state's really just trying to give the money away to incentivize jurisdictions to complete their rezones and put their planning documents in order to accommodate housing.
And what is the anticipated timeline of knowing whether or not we receive those grants and how much they will be?
I think the time frame was somewhere early fall, from what I remember. They were trying to do it fairly quickly, so they haven't released the full information about it yet. So we've got Joanne, who's our current housing consultant, going to a workshop to kind of get all the background information for us, and then we're going to have a conference call with our general plan consultant, housing consultant, to talk about when we expect to get that. But I think it was early fall.
Okay. And so just to reiterate, 6 meetings so far on housing specifically with the community, a 7th one coming up, 25 to 30 staff level type meetings and information sessions in order to gather this information that we have to date. So pretty extensive.
It is. The 25 to 30, and I didn't try to get an accurate count, apologize for that, but it's about that. They're not just staff level. What they are is the variety of Mountain Housing Council opportunities, everything from very large events, if you remember the first event, for those who may have gone, to meetings of 6 or 8 individuals kicking around the short-term rental report, everything in between. But they are actually all open to community members, and they often are quite robust. They're just not Truckee only. They're about the broader regional issues. But I would say literally in every one of them, Truckee issues are on the table.
Right. So just one quick question about the staff report. The graphs that you had that showed the level of interest for the different dots at each site, that was the accumulation of those various meetings, correct?
Right. So that was the compiled data from the primarily from the last 2 workshops. So the House Truckee First specific ones, because we were doing that exercise at those 2 workshops. The ones that Jeff was referencing, we did some similar stuff, but we kind of factored into our overall conclusions, but didn't get into the charts themselves with that data.
Okay. And then the
we
one
can make that available if council members, particularly the newer council members, want to look back at the year and a half ago's meetings. I think we have those notes still and can make that available.
Yeah, we were going to compile them in a better sort of publicly available set of information to put on the general plan website.
Sounds great. More education for housing. And I had one last question on that. The accumulation of that data then is also going to be made available to the public.
Yeah, I think we'd already posted. So we had the summary of the first workshop posted, and then the summary of the second workshop posted, and then we'll post this staff report that has the compilation.
And then maybe this is just more of a personal education on my point, but you had notes in there and one on the presentation about there seemed to be interest in a greater diversity. And does that mean in terms of we're going to have single-family residential and large lots, small lots, tiny homes, duplexes, all that sort of stuff mixed up together? Soup pot.
It could.
Okay.
The way that the dots were showing within the neighborhoods is that people were looking for townhomes in Sierra Meadows or tiny homes and second units in Armstrong Tract. So I think there is interest in, I know Jeff and I have talked about this a bit, that single-family neighborhoods are not the most efficient land use pattern, and so when you're able to utilize sort of corner lots for duplexes or mix in, small commercial kind of at key entrance areas, it adds to the vibrancy of the neighborhood and allows for more housing types for people to live in that tend to offer different levels of affordability. And then you get that sort of income mix within neighborhoods. And so that's something that we want to talk about further when we have these discussions about kind of policy and opportunities within the housing element.
Allowing for that socioeconomic diversity as well as the housing diversity. Okay, thank you.
What was the definition of urban housing that was used for the dots?
So it was 4 to 6 story buildings, and we had a couple of visual graphics that we showed to kind of give people an idea of what that is. The picture looks similar to the artist lofts, I would say, where it had kind of an open courtyard in the middle and then kind of a 6-story type of project within it. So that's the one that people were identifying more appropriate for downtown.
So am I correct that the housing element sort of action, the approval in August, is not necessarily a rezone?
Right. So what we do with that is, like our current housing element, we'll identify a certain number of sites, and it's not likely we're going to have to identify a lot because we've already satisfied most of our RENA numbers. But there are ones that we probably want to include because of developer interest, town interest, and those are just shown as maps, and they kind of go through and talk about, what the zoning would be changed to, what it is now, sort of the characteristics of the site, constraints. It has kind of a big picture overview, and then there's an action that's listed that says, rezone this property by such and such a date. Oftentimes the date is in there because the state finds that important. So that would be a similar process that we would be doing, where we would create the action within the housing element with the maps, and then that gets adopted, which then would take us into the implementation phase of going through the rezone process itself.
And is it possible to do multiple rezones at once, or is each parcel a separate process?
Yeah, no, we can, especially if it's a town-initiated rezoning process, then we can do as many together as we have staff capable of doing them together. We have sometimes also done concurrent, but I'm a little worried about the timing of that we probably, with August, wouldn't be able to do sort of a concurrent rezone with housing element adoption. But I think with sort of additional support, we could definitely follow the implementation after the housing element's adopted.
I think the one caveat to that is you do have to do a full CEQA analysis. Doesn't mean a full environmental impact report, but for some of those rezones, if they're in vastly different parts of the community, that CEQA analysis might get a little complicated. It might actually be easier to do a cluster of 3 here and 3 here and 3 here, but we have to see what those are.
And we would be able to test that if we had more resources to bring Ascent on and help us, that they can, because they're already doing our EIR for the general plan, and they're very familiar with housing elements. Their project manager that they have pretty much solely does that. I think they would be able to give us some guidance too. If we had a couple of key sites that we said, we really want to get these done, they would be able to kind of do the environmental work for that potentially with the housing element and set the stage so that it would be easier on the back end, that we wouldn't have to do as much work.
And do you anticipate a kind of difference in workload between kind of switching one existing zoning to another existing zoning? Or I feel like the urban housing is sort of the creation of a new zoning category. Is that a different order of magnitude of work, or is that just going to get rolled up in we're just going to rezone this and here's the new zoning?
No, I mean, there will be some development code amendments, so some zoning map and development code text amendments to support new zone categories, because we don't have the densities that we'll need to have in all likelihood. So those can be done together. I would say it's not, a substantially significant more amount of work. It's just you've got to package them all together.
And I know in the past the housing element has focused solely on low and very low income housing opportunity sites. Am I correct on that before I go on?
I mean, it's all really. I mean,
Okay.
We're looking at a variety within the housing element. So, we've got some sort of state criteria and definition of what is affordable. But I think if there's, one of the things we had on our list to talk about was sort of achievable housing and how to factor that in. That would be a policy level discussion that we would want GPAC to talk about and make a recommendation to you on of, how does that fit in with sort of the criteria that we want to have within the housing element.
State guidelines actually ask you to look at all housing, even high market housing. If you have a community that doesn't have any market rate housing, they typically don't. They focus more on the stuff that most communities have trouble achieving, which is the lower end. But the housing element itself, and it also has a bunch of special needs housing. So you have to consider physically disabled opportunities for housing and assisted housing, senior housing. So you really got to look at a bunch of categories in your analysis.
Yeah, and the state does track all the way through moderate income.
Gotcha.
I mean, they're looking at our total numbers because they're just kind of looking at it as a data set for the state itself. But when we do our RENA numbers, they're looking through moderate.
Gotcha. And then my last question, I appreciate the mention of the comments kind of further out in the neighborhoods, looking at the duplexes and kind of additional creative options. I saw in the news recently, a few months ago, that Minneapolis took the very bold step of eliminating single-family zoning, sort of saying that any neighborhood or any landowner that wants to build more units, if you can fit them, go for it. Is that the kind of conversation that's more of a housing element conversation, or more of a, obviously it's a very large, it's part of the community discussion, but where do those ideas get funneled?
I think that would be a challenging one just with the time frame, but I think it could start the dialogue as part of the housing element, and then that would probably be a trickle over one where there would be probably a need for more intense community dialogue about that with the general plan update. So that might be sort of a tier 2 discussion.
As a former facilitator, I would say it's more than a trickle of conversation on that one, just because of existing neighborhoods, specific single family, tends to be pretty substantial discussion. We also have to factor in the HOA requirements. So our 2 largest neighborhoods that I can think of, you wouldn't get much traction on that just because the HOA wouldn't allow it. So I think there's room to talk about what can be done on remaining single family areas.
Great. Thanks.
I want to be sure I have a really clear vision of the additional human input with all of this. So if you could let me know that I've got this all correct, I'd really appreciate. What I'm hearing is we're talking about the potential addition of a senior level position. It would be a long-term staff member, the senior level housing navigator, as well as potentially this option 3, more resources to the housing element, would be an additional human or increasing the time of Joanne Anders to facilitate the housing implementation to help with all of the upcoming rezoning that comes with the housing element program, and the SB2 money, which we're pretty much guaranteed to get as long as we fill out the paperwork, would fund the actual rezoning project that Joanne Anders would be facilitating, with us dedicating more resources to her, in addition to the long-term position that would be created through the budget process. And can we do the consultant now, or does that need to go through the budget process?
So you're close in that Joanne is different than the other housing component, which is Ascent, who is our current general plan consultant. They would both be having to do sort of separate tasks. Joanne primarily she could help with the SB2 grant application. And we have, some funding for her now that we could use to, at least get her started sort of under the planning budget. And then Ascent would be, kind of in the back end doing sort of the implementation stuff, and then potentially more work with the housing element too, if that's something that council wants. What we did already is we took a small portion of the current general plan CIP and did a separate contract with Ascent to at least get us going on the housing element. That was around $18,000. 10 of that was sort of under our housing budget already. So pretty small amount to kind of get that background support. But if we could increase that, then it would allow for obviously more staff to kind of get us going even faster.
Okay, and that's something that we can use general plan, this contingency money. It doesn't need to go through the budget process. We can say, go ahead and put more resources
We
towards
can,
that?
other than at some point we will need to adjust that general plan CIP to sort of backfill those funds that we've been using, because the council did have about 160,000 of contingency money that you wanted to kind of leave in case you had questions about fiscal analysis or more traffic analysis, those things. And, we've used some of that here and there for things like workshops and doing some traffic counts and things like that. And so we would want to give you that full picture of what you've sort of spent in that process to be able to decide how much you want to backfill that if you decided to dedicate more to housing.
Okay. And do we have any idea what we potential shortfall might be with the SB2 money as compared to what our expenses will be? Can we even estimate that at this point?
It's funny because I think Pat Davison asked me the same question. Well, did you go ask the consultants, how much this would cost? And I said I could give you a ballpark figure, but I don't think we would want to spend really more than 150,000 over that, because that would just be quite a bit of extra money to throw at this. I think they could probably do it for under 100,000.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys took most of my questions. I just have a few to build on Councilmember Goodwin, and then actually a little bit on yours too, Jessica. But in terms of the environmental review that goes into the housing element, can we do CEQA on the rezones in anticipation of the housing element adoption, or do we have to wait until after adoption to do that CEQA work? I guess is the first question before I just rattle off like four. So sorry.
If we knew enough about the project site and about what was envisioned to go there, we could make some assumptions and probably do a project level review. But if we don't have specifics and we're just making kind of a density assumption with no kind of intended project, it would be much harder, I think. So the way that we kind of look at it is sort of program level versus project level. And again, if it's for something very specific, we might be able to do that.
I also think we have to be careful of the August deadline.
Right.
I get it. We're up against a pretty tight wall. So when I look at page 14, for example, Opportunity Site 1 has a formal application or a pre-application, but 2 and then Sierra Drive both are not even at pre-app. So the Residences at Jabroom has a formal, right? But Tahoe Truckee Lumber does not.
They have an application that we're working through with that one. I think they're part of the process. Andrew's here tonight. He'll probably talk about it. Just they're looking to try and find something that fits, I think.
So and I think we're going to hear from all of those folks, which is sort of why I'm trying to get some of these answers done now. And I guess one of my questions is, and maybe when we get to public comment, they can address this as well, is just, I assume having us do that work ahead of time actually helps them down the road. But I'm sure there's going to be differing opinions on that. What would your opinion be at this point?
I definitely think it would help, but there has to be a level of trust that we're doing the right thing. And I think that's what we're trying to build by saying, we think this is a good process. This is us taking leadership.
Because if we did CEQA review based on project parameters that the applicant didn't agree with, I mean, they could accuse us of trying to kind of paint them into a corner. So as Danielle said, absolutely correctly, you can only do the CEQA review in advance to the extent that you know what the project is going to be.
And we're only doing CEQA on the rezone specifically, not on the project itself. I just want to be clear about that in order to get to the densities that we need in the housing element.
I mean, we could do both, but I think, given the time frame, we're going to be doing the CEQA work for the whole housing element. And within that, we're identifying
the
rezone
opportunity.
sites.
Right. Okay. The state affordability requirements are kind of the key part of the housing element update, correct? Or one key part of the housing element update. And so I guess my question as it relates to that is, because there's no achievable housing definition, there's no requirements at the state level, and this goes into a little bit about some of our next conversations, but just for the purpose of this one, it just doesn't matter in terms of what the state mandates versus what we choose to do in this community as it pertains to that achievable housing definition.
What do you mean?
Still have our state mandate.
We still have our state mandate, but there's obviously opportunity to talk about that within the context of the state requirements, though, because if you came up with a policy, for example, that had a range of affordability that went all the way from extremely low through the achievable, and it was an average, then you could come up with a policy that both achieves the state requirements and would allow for that flexibility. We just haven't developed any of those policies yet.
So there is a way to average that out to...
We might be able to. So that's one of the questions we're going to ask the state is, here's some policy things we've been bouncing around. Do you think this is something that's worth looking at?
There is a bit of overlap. I think I can't remember the achievable formula, but I think it's 80 to 195. So the 80 to 120 would be moderate under the state definition. So there's a bit of overlap. The thing we have to be a bit careful of, and we'll get into it, I think, again in the next item, is if we were to wholesale replace achievable for affordable, or say they're the same thing, I think we would be in some trouble with the state, and I think we would not meet our numbers.
Right. And I'm not saying we go there. I'm just trying to understand the regulatory process sort of associated with it so that we can provide the direction that's needed. A bit on Council Member Abrams' question, but so do we have a number of how much? So the CIP, that was one of my questions. We have $160,000 in the general plan CIP contingency, right? I don't know. I haven't been through a budget process.
Yeah, we're talking big picture numbers. Yes, you have around 160,000. We've spent a little bit of that, but we obviously are still working through the remainder of the budget, which was 1.35.
And is
total.
This going to, if we choose to dedicate the resources that you're requesting to the housing element, are we basically going to use up that existing contingency as it's written into the budget now?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. It could be backfilled, but something has to happen in the next budgeting process, whether it's we get more income or we just take from somewhere else. That's what I was trying to get at. And really, I don't want to belabor this point, and I don't want to go into too much detail. But if we were to talk about a prioritization, is there a current application that is in today that has greater than 15% of it is housing and even affordable housing that meets all of our current general plan guidelines that would hit those two pieces?
No.
Okay. And I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Just a few questions. I think most of mine were asked. Looking at the slide in front of us, my interpretation is that if we go the route of the recommendation, more resources to the housing element, number 3 is going to help number 2. Okay. And then, this is all sort of stimulated thought in my mind about some of the one recommendation in particular that the Mountain Housing Council kind of came forth and presented maybe a half a year ago, and that was the expanded definition, and we talked a little bit about this, the expanded definition of affordable housing, terming it achievable housing. Is there an anticipation that particular question is going to be coming back to us anytime soon for discussion and consideration?
Yeah, I mean, that's on our first list of questions for GPAC to talk about on their April 25th discussion.
Okay. And if it winds up being difficult to answer in the August timeframe, because again, it doesn't relate to sort of state requirement as much as it does our community need, it's going to be a major question throughout the general plan update process is how do we provide incentives for that without losing the need for the other forms of affordable housing as well.
Right. So not looked at as an either or, but really a more expansive definition that has various tiers within it. When you think about up to, is it 195%?
That was what they suggested, and I'll just say this, and it was quite predictable, and we all talked about it. We knew it was true when Mountain Housing Council produced that definition. A number of applicants or pre-applicants said, "Great, now Truckee has achievable housing as its requirement," and went in that direction. When in fact, of course, we don't. So it's absolutely an important policy issue, but it's going to take us longer to grapple with that than than that. And so we've seen that shift.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had for right now. Any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Okay. Just curious how many folks plan to speak? About a half a dozen or so? Okay. Very good. We'll go through that, and then I think we'll take a break after public comment and then bring it back for council deliberation. So.
We're just getting warmed up here. Good evening again, Pat Davison for the record. Our thoughts on 7.2, we support hiring an additional planner just because we're very aware of the heavy load that's currently in the planning department. Think that that planner could be assigned to those housing projects. So we've got a housing navigator, we have a housing planner. To us, that keep it simple, don't need to have any prioritization. The criteria just makes it a lot more complicated. I think there's, you already talked about this, where there's an opportunity for a developer to actually pay for that town-approved consultant, and that provides an option that currently isn't on the table, and it would be for specific projects. So I think that was something that had come up. Also, one comment one of our members made, that there are some very simple initial steps that are done, like the checklist for completion, and maybe that could be outsourced, or there could be another way to take some of the load off of senior planning staff to get that kind of work done. And more specific to what we've talked about for number 3, if there is a decision to go with that more comprehensive or accelerated housing element update, I see some value there. I am more concerned, however, about a potential time delay. And last year, as we were talking about the options for processing land use applications and the M word came up, moratorium, the number one question I had from developers who were contacting me, they were not members, but they were very concerned about a time delay. And I would appreciate some feedback from the developers who are here in the room, as well as from town staff, how we would address that if we're looking at doing actual rezoning of sites or other specific work that could actually be tied to the general plan update, which is another 2 to 3 years away. So are we actually saving some time and helping them in the long run? Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Pat.
My name is Rick Lee, and I have some non-project specific comments and encouragement. Just a couple of points. We're coming up on 3 years since the housing study revealed the shortage that's been going on for 40 years and solidified that. I learned tonight that there's been no multi-sector movement or approval since February of 2018. That's pretty startling. There might be lots going on with workshops and studies and dialogue and 25 to 30 staff meetings and all this activity, but there's been little to no results, certainly since February of 2018 would indicate. That the town of Truckee could err on the side of actual encouragement and approve a project X or a project Y and still be thousands of homes short of having real impact on the forgotten middle. And then just one last comment on that. There was a term I heard earlier about developers being unwilling to comply. I would just submit that the obstacles are so high and the road is littered with the carcasses of dead projects that your developers are unable to comply. They're willing, but they're just not able because of the obstacles. And when that happens, you have a housing crisis, and it continues for 40 years. So I'm just encouraging you guys to swing the bat, and you can make some foul tips and make a couple of mistakes, but you've got 5,000 homes to go before you reach some sort of trouble from that. That's it.
Thank you, Rick.
Hello, I'm Andrew Cross, owner of Truckee Lumber Company, And for those of you that don't know, I'm the fourth generation of crosses to run the lumberyard since its conception in 1931. TTL has almost 100 employees now, making one of Truckee's largest employers and taxpayers. With encouragement from the town, holidays, and the community, we have committed to moving our lumberyard to Soaring Way, and we should be moved in by December of this year. This has put an enormous financial burden on the lumberyard, as you can imagine, and we really need to redevelop our current site to relieve this pressure. So I really appreciate staff allowing us to be a part of this house Trucking First. We do intend to put housing on our site, and we want to put as much as we can. We want to make it look nice. We want to do it right. We want, help from the community and the town on how to do that. So this is kind of where I get my little tiny violin out, and I was really concerned that the staff was going to say affordable housing was going to get, prioritized, and I'm really encouraged that they're not, because we're not looking for that for our site, because you could actually throw a rock and hit the artist lofts over there. So we feel like diversity is important, and I think there's something else to consider for our site. So first of all, I think 3 is the answer, and answering Pat, I think this housing Trucking First has been helpful to us particularly. I also think that you guys should think of not only what gets, affordable housing and all that sort of stuff, but also redeveloping sites that are, need redeveloping. So Lumberyard, after December, you're going to have 2 giant city blocks of abandoned property just sitting there as an eyesore in the middle of your downtown project. So if you are going to prioritize, I'm asking that redevelopment be on that list of prioritization, not just affordable housing. So that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Andrew.
Dear Council, I'm going to speak to 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, so you don't have to deal with me again after the break. My name is Sean Whalen, and along with my partner Kevin Sloan, we submitted an application to construct locals housing on Jaboom Street in August 2017. And yes, this involves a land use change. In 2014, I converted the Cottage Hotel to 13 workforce housing units, and at the time, I could only find 3 other rentals in the historic district. Those 13 long-term residents would be considered the missing middle by MHC. They don't drive much, some do not own cars, and they prefer to work within walking or biking distance to work. Residences at Jaboom looks to expand upon the success and has the same goal today as it did when originally submitted: locals building locals housing. We have not wavered in our goal, but the process to reach that goal has been challenging. To be clear, this 1.67 acres is zoned for and would accommodate speculative condos as second homes, and thus far appears to be the path of least resistance. We are proposing 50 small rental units restricted to locals, and some of those units restricted to a car share program. No parking amenities for some units. An additional 33 units will be for sale with down payment assistance to locals. Of the 50 locals only rental units, 25 would be restricted in perpetuity, and 25 for 10 years, all to locals under long-term leases. We have made this proposal as an alternate equivalent to the 12 affordable housing units required by code. This is not an equivalent. This proposal exceeds the community benefit of the current code. This means our project houses more of the workforce and enables fewer car trips than the 12 affordable units required by code or a speculative condo project would require. There are 125 businesses in the historic district. 100% of the workforce drives into historic Truckee and out daily. 2/3 from distant areas such as Reno. The only point of resistance or question to residences at Jaboom seems to be around the application of the catch-all and suburban-oriented traffic and parking codes. Our proposal offers parking per unit that is equal or greater than both Coburn Crossing and the Artist Lofts. With respect to projects such as ours and truly creating a walkable live-work community, the question to ask is not how many additional car trips, but how fewer of each will residents at Jaboom enable.
Sean?
I've got one sentence to go.
Okay, good
Thanks.
deal.
I hope your voices tonight are clear in demanding the expedited processing of projects such as residences at Jaboom. Thanks for the extra time.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi. For the record, my name's Heather Rankow. I spoke earlier. I've had the pleasure with working with Sean on his previous Jaboom project and know, the fight that he's been fighting for a while now. And I think it's a common thread that we've probably seen amongst a lot of our housing projects. And, the common theme is that they're trying to do something which the community wants. You look at prioritization on affordable housing. These are local developers that live here that are stakeholders. They have children in our schools. They utilize our town facilities, and they're trying to make, housing here affordable for the community. So I think moving forward, what's the common thread is that our development code, which we are working on updating, is doesn't allow to do what we want to do. So I push kind of the town council to kind of help both, the town and developers to kind of achieve that. And, the avenues I think that they're starting to prevent are getting us there. But, for Jaboom to have what they, the community needs and to be sitting in entitlements for 2 years, to me, that seems like kind of a lengthy time. And, not to say staff hasn't done a great job, they have. But I think moving forward, the developers get caught in the red tape and caught in the process. And, staff does a great job. And, I've worked with them diligently on a variety of different projects, and they're there for you. And it just seems that, staff is trying to do stuff as developers are. And we have a common theme, but we're not really getting to where we need to get. And so I think that we need to come up with, the formalization, prioritization of affordable housing is, strategies, what can we all do? And the workshops help address that. We need housing now, not in 2 to 3 years. So if, a housing project comes in like Jaboom or others, is it 2, 3, 4 years till we see that? If we have 12,000 housings that are needed, can we as a community wait for that? So I don't think that's, something we can wait for. So I kind of urge you, council, to kind of move forward at, a better pace than 2 to 3 years to kind of see those projects through. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sohail Siddiqui. I own about 19.5 acres of land that is the old Gateway Cottages property across from the hospital. When I purchased that property about a year and a half ago, I was still not clear what I was going to develop there. Initially, my thought was I was going to build a hotel. But more I chatted with different people, including the planning department of the town, the neighbors, and so on, I was just encouraged to reconsider, rather than building a hotel, consider some kind of a mixed-use project. So that's what we settled on, and we submitted our pre-application for that, and we got very favorable feedback from the planning department. But as we got into more discussions with them, we realized that housing is a real issue in Truckee, and I felt that there is something I can do to help in that regard. So my land is kind of sort of a strange land. It has two parcels. One of them is a more sort of a commercial, general commercial piece, and the other one is more hill, which has a R5 zoning. On the general commercial piece, I think if we can consider rezoning that to more sort of the urban, I think urban housing, the term, I think that's where I can actually give you more housing in a relatively quick time frame. And my plan is to give you workforce housing, not the vacation homes. I think it's just more rental type of apartments. So if we can get that zoning change, we can build anywhere up to 80 plus units. Now, having talked to the hospital, the school district, and so on, and the neighbors around there, everybody's just so excited about it. When I just walk around, on my existing 5 cottages out of 6 that are being occupied, some of them are occupied by the hospital staff, and they're just excited if you can just get more and more housing over there. So I would really encourage you to reconsider that if you can, the Gateway project. And, we're looking forward to the feedback that will come back to us. We are ready to go. If we get included into the housing project, then I can commit to developing something, provided I get all the entitlements by next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Soviet.
Hi. It's Susie Ternay. Let me quick open this, sorry. So as usual, I have a question that's deep in the weeds. I have been grappling with the SB 35 confusion. I have actually spoken to Yumi. So here's my confusion with SB 35. This is the regulation that makes it so that projects would be required to have ministerial approval instead of a public meeting type thing. So I understand that we are in compliance with our RENA numbers, meaning we have rezoned to what we need to rezone to. SB 35, however, says that you have to have the number of units issued permits is less than the number of units needed. It says issued permits, it does not say rezoned. So I'm confused. I talked with Yumi and she said, yes, we are susceptible to SB 35 applications at this point. So that's my confusion with SB 35. And again, I've gotten different answers from different members of staff. Second, I just want to, I don't know if there's any way to address this, but it's misleading sometimes when we talk about densities of units per acre. And it would be really helpful if we could keep in mind bedrooms per acre. Sometimes I'm a fan of supporting our local families and therefore having more bedrooms with less units, but I just think it gets confusing. I will say that at the Planning Commission convention, their single-family residence density was 12 units per acre for single-family residence, which I find crazy because our max that we have is 18 units per acre at all. So that was my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Excuse me.
How about now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Very good, Vince. Just a real quick reminder for everyone who has spoken to fill out speaker cards. They're in the back, and give those to Judy Price in the back of the room. You can do that before you speak or after you speak. And I also neglected to remind everyone that we have a 3-minute period for public comment. I think, is the clock working there? Okay. All right.
We reset. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Vince.
Vince Sazenkoski, Acme Development. I've been working on the cottages and grays. I was working on trying to and getting moderately close to unifying the hilltop for a year and a half, 2 years prior to that. I am struck by a couple things. One, the number of people that are coming up here trying to do stuff for the community, workforce housing, things like that. And somehow we need to memorialize that. The road is littered with the bodies of dead projects. Carcasses of dead projects. It's really hard to get something done up here. It's really hard to get something done that you can make pencil for the locals, right? So I just really want to encourage you guys to, hit a couple foul balls out and let's get a couple of things going because, right now, when's the next workforce housing project actually going to put a key in the door? We're probably, anything that's on the table now, we're probably 2 years out, and that's not solving problems quickly enough. So I would encourage that. And with regards to 7.3 as well, lots of flexibility, right? Because the previous meeting, Jeff, noted that, the 15% of affordable requirement are always going to be money losers, right? So if we have projects that are on the edge of penciling and suddenly you got to have 15% of them lose money, that's where I think alternative equivalents are super important. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
Good evening, Council. I'm Krista Finn. I wasn't planning on saying anything, but it's just irresistible sometimes. We opened I'm a business owner on Jaboom Street. We opened the Poorhouse 14 years ago, and when we did, there was a big sign across the street in the vacant lot that said, "Coming soon." Housing and shopping. Anyway, that was 14 years ago. So I would like to encourage everybody. We would love, love, love to see almost anything go into that vacant lot now. So yeah, whatever we can do to sort of loosen the cogs and get things moving even a little bit, I would be super grateful for. So thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Okay, looks like one more public comment, or maybe more after. So. I think, is the red light on?
Oh, I just shut it off.
Okay.
I'm one of the managers for one of the affordable housing developments. I run Riverview Homes. I've been in charge of that for 16 years. And every day, all day, there's somebody calling me needing a house, needing some place to live. And it has gotten to the point where people are in tears on the phone. The locals. They don't have anywhere to live. They're living in their cars. I mean, it's been really awful. This winter with our deep snow has been pretty intense for me as a manager. So I'm in favor of moving things along. I support what you're doing. I hear all the stories tonight, and we need more housing. Little houses, big houses, everything in between. Thank you.
Thank you. And you said your first name is Jane? Jane. Okay, thank you, Jane.
Hi, Jennifer Stontenner again. I spoke earlier just quickly. I just wanted to kind of throw it out there before it got too involved here, because I knew that there would be a lot of people speaking and a lot of passion behind the things that they had to say. So I kind of just wanted to throw out there early that I knew there were many opportunities coming available or already on the table. So now I was kind of follow up with that now that most of that has been brought up and recognized. And I just want to say that, or I just want to ask, what is this? Why does it take so long? What is the process, or why is it so slow? What is it about the process that is so slow in getting some of these projects moving quickly? We have, just right here in this room, we have so much generosity and so much opportunity for local housing, affordable housing, achievable housing, all these different adjectives, but really the bottom line is we have a lot of really generous opportunity from developers just in this room that are saying, we can do this, why can't we do this? And I just wanted to know why this process is so slow.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll try to answer some of the questions that came up in public comment. Any other public comment? All right, we'll close public comment at this point. Want to take the pulse of the council. If you guys want to take a break now and then come back for deliberation, or yes, okay. So we will take about a 7-minute recess and then return for deliberations. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to reconvene with item 7.2. We closed public comment, and at this point, we're bringing it back to Town Council for discussion, deliberation, and direction. So, looking to the left, to the right, anyone want to start out? Anyone? Okay, so just
I'll
we're
start.
going to have to call on. Okay, Jessica, thank you.
I'm just starting. No, I'm not doing the whole. So my initial.
I'm sorry, Jessica. I just remembered one thing. I'm sorry. That's why no one volunteers. Okay. Thank you. If you could hold your thought.
I had a phone call with Pat Davison too. I forgot to disclose that earlier today.
Okay.
Get that out there.
I think we all did.
Yeah. Yes, I think we all did, didn't we? Okay. Any other disclosures? Okay. Some questions came up during the public comment, and I just wanted to get to those before we get into our deliberation. The first one, I don't know if it was sort of a question or a comment about no multifamily or nothing since February 2018. Could staff address?
Let me address this, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. I will do my best Tony Lashbrook impersonation on this one. I've heard him give this speech before. Something similar. It is true that since that time there have been no major multifamily projects approved that are new or different. A lot of those, as Danielle had described in the last item, are because those are ones that are requiring rezonings, et cetera. But I think it's very important for the community to remember, and for us all to remember, currently we have 138 rental units being built at Coburn Crossing, all restricted to locals forever. That's 138 rental units that have never been built in Truckee, to my knowledge, but certainly since 2007, we haven't seen anything even remotely close to that. The town has $2 million invested in that project, or will, the roundabout. 77 units of the artist lofts, low-income units, also approved, fully approved, and now actually apparently very likely getting their 9% tax credit, so it looks extremely favorable, and an $11 million grant from the state, and over $25 million of infrastructure in the rail yard to help make that happen. 48 units at Coldstream, also fully approved, another $11 million grant from the state, a little bit further behind, but fully approved and ready to move this spring. That's 260 affordable or locals apartment rental units, about either being built, about ready to happen. That's pretty remarkable if you think back to history. Then the previous project that I'm aware of was 2007 and 8, I think. And some $40+ million of infrastructure and other commitments to make that happen, some of which from the town, most of which from the state of California or from private developers. So I think we can't forget those accomplishments. That's pretty dramatic, I think, compared to where we've been. So yep, we can do better and we can move quicker on some of the current projects, but I just wanted to do my Tony Lashbrook.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Another question was raised about state or Senate Bill SB 35. Could anyone have some background or?
I have some thoughts about that. The nutshell version is it's complicated. I mean, I hate to sound like a weaselly lawyer, but that's just the truth. This is in Government Code Section 65913.4, if anybody wants to look that up. And what it says is that, yes, it is possible to have streamlined approval if you meet a bunch of criteria, like a lot. So among other things, the site that you're trying to develop has to already be zoned for residential. So if it's zoned commercial or if it's zoned something else, it doesn't apply. You have to include some component of affordability that could be up to 50% affordable to low-income households. And there are some other ones as well. But suffice to say that, yes, Commissioner Tarnay is correct. You are right, Susie, that under some circumstances, not having issued enough building permits for affordable housing could trigger expedited review. But it's not as simple as saying, well, we haven't issued enough permits, so everybody gets to build whatever they want, wherever they want. I mean, there is a path, but it's very narrow and very specific.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And then a last question we had was very simply, why does it take so long?
Oh, I could follow Andy's suit and say it's complicated. I'll take a crack at it. I'm sure Jeff will fill in, but there are some, steps that have to happen with every project. So regardless of whether you're doing rezoning or not, there's just time involved in that. So whether it's finding a project complete, a lot of times that takes a substantial amount of time. Whether studies have to be done, there's review by other agencies. Then we get into the environmental review process, which, a lot of these more complicated projects kind of need to do at least a mitigated negative declaration. That's on average a 3-month process, sometimes longer, depending on what issues come out of that. So, even in our best scenario of being able to expedite, unless the project's exempt, it's going to take 6 months. When we get into situations like we have now, where we have other long-range projects like the general plan, housing element, things on our plate, things will start to slip beyond that 6-month time frame for sort of that core group of projects. But again, a lot of that time frame is sort of driven by the minimums that need to happen sort of from a process perspective on the staff side, and then it goes down into the details of what happens with the individual projects.
The only thing I would add is, as we described earlier, if a project is fully compliant with the requirements and standards as we now have them, whether they're perfect or not at this point, it's a much quicker process than when a project needs substantial changes, exemptions, rezones, general plan amendments, et cetera. And so I think if you look at the timelines, you'll find that plays into it as well.
And for perspective, I think with the Coburn one, we did a rezone for that one, and it took 5 months, I want to say, from 6 months from start to finish. And that was expedited for that one.
Okay. Did any other questions? Did I miss any?
That's just one
Sure.
quick clarifying question, and that would be going back to following up on sort of the environmental review on the housing element. Do we actually have time to do additional environmental review as it pertains to some of those rezones before adoption in August?
That depends on if we bring the consultant in, and then if we do, excuse me, we're gonna have to work with them on sort of what's realistic. But maybe for some, if we have very specific project that we're talking about.
But we don't have to. We have to adopt the housing element.
No.
The CEQA stuff, whether if it's
Yeah,
a month afterwards, that's also okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Okay.
CEQA work can be big picture.
Sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. I think with that, Jessica, apologies for interrupting you last time. I think we're ready for you now.
Now I'm coming back and reconsidering. So just to start off, I'm inclined to say yes, I think it would make complete sense to put more resources to the housing element, to bring on the implementation consultant to make sure that we have all of, or to show that we are on board with prioritizing. I don't know if this is the right section or if we would need to wait to 7.3.
It all kind of blends tonight, so.
I understand wholeheartedly how desperately our community needs more housing and how appreciative I am of the people who are here wanting to build it. And I don't want to get in their way any more than it's, I don't want to litter the roads with carcasses of projects long forgotten. And I don't know enough, and maybe this is a question, if we do allow some projects through, which I know we're not discussing and we're not approving at this point, but if that's something that we're to consider that maybe don't have that affordability built in, but it's more housing, it's more local housing, if more of that comes on the market, will the prices end up dropping? How many more units do we need to make it just naturally become more affordable? Because what I find myself thinking about is this fear around, well, one, are we going to get backlash from projects that are already approved and yet to be built? And we're talking about now maybe changing the requirements. So that's coming up as a bit of a concern. And then if we say, okay, we need more housing and we need it so badly that we're going to look at shying away from our current affordability requirements, then does that become the new status quo? Because if affordability doesn't pencil, how are we ever going to have someone come to town to build affordable housing if we allow projects to go without having that affordability piece? But I want to be able to help. I mean, we need the housing. I think the redevelopment, as Andrew mentioned, is critical. We don't want to be looking, and like Krista, we don't want to be looking at these vacant lots in town. And so I don't know. I'm on board with, yes, let's get some stuff built. Yes, let's get the missing middle housed, and let's getting the people who really need the affordable housing housed. And I don't know. I'm scared of the implication, or not the implication, if we start exploring that we end up on a one-way road that we can't back out of. So I'm saying yes to number 3 and starting the conversation with that. And I'd love to hear how long does it take for the prices to drop holistically when we have more units so that we get a natural affordable sector? Will that ever happen?
I mean, just anecdotally, I'll add that when developers are doing their performas, they're projecting out for the time frame that they're going to hold that property. So if it's a 10-year, 20-year projection, they're factoring in the rent prices for that full length of the performa. So a good developer who understands kind of what they're looking at for the return that they want, the investment that they're putting in, has already programmed that in before it comes in the door to us. So they're going to anticipate sort of a steady rate of return within the market. That's sort of their side of it. I think from sort of the community side, it's just supply and demand, unfortunately. And so that's a hard thing for a jurisdiction to kind of look at without looking in the terms of the regulations that we have in place. But, for every tax credit application that we have, they have to provide that market analysis to like the tax credit committee to show that their new housing product that they're putting on the market isn't going to affect the rental incomes or viability of the other affordable housing projects within the community. I mean, there are these sort of other market checks and balances that are in place.
So I'll pick up where you left off and maybe try to refine us even more, because I think what we're being asked, and maybe to Jeff, since you corrected me on the first item and you said this wasn't a recommendation, but yet on my screen I see recommendation, but maybe it's a staff request, which is to provide direction on both A and B. So maybe that was my confusion there, that I thought we were making a motion or a formal recommendation. To be specific, the direction, that I would give and that I think we've heard very clearly tonight is definitely on number 3. I think on page 14 of our staff report, all 3 bullets under number 3, I'm not going to read them. I would very much be in favor of providing that direction. Being a new council member, I want to respect the fact of where we've come from and the decisions that our previous council have made, and also that I don't have responsibility for that budget, so I'll have responsibility when we adopt the new one in June. But if that means we use $160,000 of our general plan contingency, I think that's money, or however much we're going to spend, I think that's money well spent currently to move this along. And the one piece that I would add to that is that I would like to see those projects that want to be a part of it, whether it was 1, 2, and 3 on the page I mentioned before, the Jaboom Street, Truckee Tahoe Lumber, and Sierra Drive, if they want to be a part of it, if others also want to be a part of it, I think our goal should be to do the best we can to accommodate the rezoning within the housing element, and follow that with CEQA review in as much of an efficient manner as possible. And since I am not an expert on that, I leave that to staff and our consultants, but that's very clearly the direction that I would be comfortable giving tonight.
I believe that if you work in Truckee, if you contribute to this community, you should have a realistic chance of living here. I think that I want to commend staff on continuing to look for ways to speed up the process and to handle the volume of work and to propose ways that we can make all this go smoother and quicker. And to that extent, I think that number 3, more resources for the housing element, is absolutely the right way to go. And that the community-wide process of getting to a comprehensive view of where we want to put density, where we want to increase our housing opportunities, and moving that forward quickly and thoroughly is absolutely the right call.
I want to echo the gratitude I have for staff and Jeff in particular for clarifying the current successes, because from what I understand, that's pretty much so what's been built in our region is these projects and the ones coming online too. So we are doing good things in Truckee, and we have a lot to be proud of there. Thank you, everybody who made comments, and particularly for the developers that are coming forward with creative solutions. I think we need to be looking at this creatively. Of course, that makes it very hard to regulate you can't regulate creativity from the dais or even from a zoning code, but to open up those opportunities and look for ways to bring more housing in, because I agree, one of the most heartening things I saw in that report was that our community really believes that maintaining Truckee as an authentic mountain town where people are able to live, work, and play is critical to our identity. And I want to further that. And this is the path forward. So I think the way that staff has crafted this with number 3 and the 3 bullet points on page 14, where we're basically shuffling the allocation around, I'm in full support, and provide the further clarification on the housing element, moving it forward as fast as possible.
Okay, I agree. I think if I were to sort of fine tune the direction or thoughts on direction, it would be really kind of twofold. It would be not only allocating the resources to number 3 to ensuring that we have a robust housing element process and get that done in a timely way. But I also think we've got to find ways, and I know staff is working really hard at this, find ways to beef up, shore up our status quo at the same time. So I think from my perspective, it's really those two things happening in parallel. And I think there are a lot of things that need to continue to happen in parallel. From a builder or a project applicant developer perspective, we've all heard the adage, time is money, and nothing could be further. Nothing could be more true, really, because I think the biggest risk factor for an applicant is really the upfront part of it, getting to that approval. And having some certainty about what that process and that line looks like. And we've heard some comments with the previous item about that. And I think, again, I'll sort of repeat or echo what the thought from before, from 7.1, which I think it would be well worth the effort to have a roundtable and have the input from the development community, from staff, to really do sort of a download analysis of our process and of our timelines and how we get to the goal line. I think there'd be a lot of value in doing that. So I guess getting back to this, let's see. I think those are my primary thoughts. And again, I really appreciate all of the hard work that is going on behind the scenes that we've heard about and we don't hear about. And again, I think if we focus on 2 and 3, shore those up, I think we'll be in a good spot. Okay, so that is only the second item out of 7 this evening. So in case anyone is wondering about that. We are on item now 7.3, so we're still on housing. We're going to have a report on direction on housing strategies. Part 2, inclusionary housing ordinance, the alternative equivalent proposal implementation. So I think Danielle and Jeff, you're going to open this one up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The bad news is it's another housing conversation. The good news is I will try to be brief. This one is a second piece. It deals with a very small part, you might say, of this whole conversation, but an important one for some of these projects that we've been alluding to. And that is to look at these alternative equivalents. And for the community and council may be unaware, we have our inclusionary requirements. In a nutshell, 15%, very low or moderate income has to be a part of any market rate project. There are some exceptions to that, and there are some ways in which a developer can propose something different, an alternative equivalent, and the review authority, either planning commission or council or both, ultimately get to say yes or no. We have a few of those now. There are 2 examples we gave in the staff report. There are several others that are in the works, and we're not looking at those projects tonight, but we are asking you, they're asking for some alternative equivalents that are quite different than what we've seen in the past, and we don't really have any criteria on which to say, yes, this seems supportable, we can take this to planning commission, or no, we don't. And that's all that this item is about. But caveat city here, I've got a lot of caveats on this one. It's very important to recognize what we are and aren't doing, and then I think it'll be pretty quick. First of all, we're looking for guidance for staff. This is not a decision or a discussion of specific projects, and we need to be very careful about that because we don't have those projects in front of us, we didn't notice them, no CEQA, et cetera. There is much more dialogue to come. We got a number of letters, I believe one from CAT, one from MAP, both saying, hey, we need more time, this is major policy that you're setting. Please postpone this and do a process. We believe there will be plenty of opportunities to continue to revisit this subject. In fact, we've been talking about them for the last hour or so. Housing element follow-up, the GPAC, the general plan update. All we're looking for tonight is kind of a gut check from council. If you have some opinions for us to help us move some applications a little bit forward. It is primarily informational like the other items, and it's really the beginning of a conversation, not setting policy. We recognize that the questions we're about to pose to you are somewhat abstract and in some ways difficult to answer out of the context of the project. And so that's why, as we wrote the staff report, we thought we were going to be able to provide very clean, crisp questions. It turned out that was impossible without actually going to the projects. So we realize if the answer for you is, hey, this is case by case, really let the Planning Commission grapple with it, that's a perfectly okay answer. Take the pressure off, again, not having to give us details here, because they will go through the Planning Commission ultimately if it's a rezone the council. So just to remind ourselves, the inclusionary policy we do have has been pretty successful. These are some projects that exist. That is, they're built, they're lived in over the last decade or so. Some directly as a result of the inclusionary ordinance, some done through a development agreement or just prior to the ordinance, kind of anticipating some needs for affordability, 350 units of affordable housing. And as I described just a minute ago, these are the projects in the pipeline, fully approved or currently under construction, another 262. So that's a reasonably decent track record of using inclusionary housing as a tool to get affordable housing built. So I'll just run through the 6 questions quickly, and then we'll go back to each one if that probably makes the most sense, but I'll do whatever the mayor and council wish on that one. So the first question is just a very general one, and it's not really meant to be answered in a way, but are we so desperate for housing that anything goes? And I don't mean that facetiously, because one could say that, any product that is a little bit different than what we have currently, i.e. large single-family houses, 84% of them would be a welcome addition to our housing stock. But we believe that from a regulatory point of view, that perhaps isn't sufficient, but we'll let us decide on that. Second question, how should we consider an outside subsidy? And we have one project in particular that is getting a fairly substantial subsidy, and there could be others. Those subsidies may or may not be connected to town policy. In other words, you might be getting a subsidy from a nonprofit or an outside agency without yet having a project that meets our code or our general plan. And that creates kind of puts staff in a rather awkward position. Hey, we're getting this subsidy because our project is so important to the community. Why don't you love it? And the response is because it's outside the code and the requirements. We need to get those two things together. So how do we treat those kinds of projects? And by the way, we're absolutely thrilled when someone comes in with an outside subsidy. So that goes without saying that's very much a positive, but it's also a difficult one to immediately embrace. Question 3, what about the Coburn formula? So this is one where we did approve a alternative affordable housing equivalent proposal, and it has no affordability in it other than by market affordability. In other words, it's 100% locals only in perpetuity for 137 of the 138 units. We absolutely needed and still need and will need rental units at the market rate. And so it made a lot of sense to council a couple of years ago to say, yep, that one qualifies. We're going to give that one a thumbs up. The question, though, is would we do this for every project? Would we say the locals only approach or the locals deed restriction approach is good and we don't need affordability? What we need is just simply more housing stock. That's a very tough question to answer, but it's a valid one. Should there be some limits? And one of the things we think about with Coburn is, it's growing rather rapidly over there at its site. But we don't quite know how it's going to work. We don't know if it'll be difficult to manage. We don't know if they may find it difficult to fill the units with local residents. So we may want to think about, whether this is an absolute approach that we would automatically agree to. And then you begin to walk down the road of what I will call kind of Coburn or Coburn Light, meaning let's go with this locals achievable notion as opposed to affordable. Which is, one issue. But rather than perpetuity, what if, and I think one of our development applicants came up and said, what if we do it for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years? All of our other ones all of our other deed restrictions, for the most part, are either perpetuity or there's some federal rules that say 55 years. But for the most part, they're all in perpetuity. Our ordinance, actually, the housing element, the housing policy, specifies that if it's affordable housing, it has to be in perpetuity. It says nothing about locals housing, so that is an open question. Yes, it would be very, very important in the sense that it would meet an immediate need. We've got this local housing, let's say, for 10 years. After 10 years, however, are we going to kick the can down the road, so to speak? Very similarly, what if we did a Coburn-style approach, locals restriction as opposed to affordable restriction, but only on a portion of the units? Coburn is 98%, 137. The only one in Coburn that isn't is the manager's unit. So Coburn is essentially 100% locals and in perpetuity with deed restrictions. Would we do something where we would back off from that and say, well, maybe 50% would work or 75 or a portion of that? Again, that would supply a tremendous amount of important and needed housing. It would lower the bar, so to speak, or change the bar in saying that's an equivalent appropriate. And then finally, this one we're not asking for any guidance on because we've already said this is a big long-term question that these are all big long-term questions, but this one particularly we're not really looking for immediate guidance. And that's this question of achievable and how we do or don't weave it into our inclusionary formula or our policy basis. And that's something that we really don't need you to weigh in on tonight in the interest of time. So we could defer all of these discussions, in the interest of time or in the interest of complexity, because they are rather abstract, and just say, let's work through these over the next 6 months in the housing element as best we can. Let's work through these on an individual project basis as it comes before the Planning Commission, which is a perfectly valid approach. Or you could give us your thoughts tonight, either collectively or individually. And really what I would probably do is narrow this down to 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think those are the questions that are really maybe answerable. and apologize that this is a somewhat abstract conversation. Danielle, anything to add to that?
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that perspective. And at this point, we'll open this up for council clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
One simple question, and I pretty sure it was answered in item 7.2. But just so we get a little more clear, the achievable housing definition, even though you don't want us to talk about it right now, I'm going to talk about it because it comes up every week. We just don't know if that can be included as part of our requirement through the housing element update, or we don't know that it can be counted. Thank you. Recognized by the state, basically.
Yes, that exactly.
Right. And when will we know that?
Probably when we do an initial review. What the state likes you to do in a housing element is kind of put a draft before them, and they kind of tell you some of the things they're seeing that they've got some questions or some concerns about. And that happens prior to August. It's kind of a first draft. It's a process they use. We probably get a pretty good clue at that point.
Actually, we also have a HUD person assigned to us to help us with our housing element. So,
HCD or HUD?
Or sorry, HCD. Yeah. So they'll walk us through kind of in preliminary discussions. We'll tell them, these are the things we're thinking about before we even submit that draft to them, because if it's not something that's on the table, then we don't want to waste their time or our time putting it in there.
Great. That perfectly answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Just one question for me. I just want to, clarify the current threshold, our current ordinance with respect to inclusionary housing is 15% of any proposal, correct? That if we have a...
Yes. Okay. Essentially. And then there's some specificity around whether it can be a mix of very low, moderate. It depends on if it's rental or for sale. There's quite a bit of nuance to that, but it's basically a 15% minimum requirement.
Okay, so but with some degree of flexibility built in within that 50% in terms of whether it hits low, moderate, or it can be a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's all I had at the moment. May have some others later, but if we'll open this up for public comment at this point. If anyone has public comment, please step forward. Again, you'll have 3 minutes and state your name and be sure to fill out the speaker
It's
card.
me again. I think I'm the only one that stood up here and followed Jeff's instruction to make non-project specific comments until now. Sorry, Jeff. Our project was already approved in 2008, pretty similar to what we're attempting. There was a site map that was approved, and it went through a process, and it was one of the carcasses left in the road. We're trying to breathe some life back into it. We're for rentals only, not for sale. We have solved one of the two basic obstacles, which was the single-family home 800 square foot, 50% obstacle. Okay, we'll be submitting. I've sought the help of a local planner. We're going to submit. We're going to increase the units from 22 units to 30 units, and that will help us overcome that obstacle. We don't need a zoning change. We just need a use permit. So our project is pretty close. We just need the TTAD 750 locals only restriction on 22 homes to be termed an alternative equivalent and successfully have that be adopted for the success of our project. We broke ground a year ago and built our first unit. Jeff's Tony Lashbrook imitation was pretty good, except it's a little short on nails actually being driven right now. Coburn Crossing's a great project. It's market-driven, and its fate will be determined by the market. If a project pencils, it's going to perpetuate. If something makes sense, it's going to survive and continue on into the future. And to answer your question about, do we just open the floodgates? Well, you're 5,000 homes away from being in that. Well, if we allow something for you, that means we're going to have to do it for everybody. Right now, you don't have any everybody's standing in line. You can fix a few foul tips. You need to take some action and some movement. Our project is ready to start right now, and it's on point for the forgotten middle. So thank you very much, and I was under 3 minutes.
Thank you, Rick.
Hi, it's Susie Tarnay again. I've been on the record a few times declaring my fanhood for inclusionary housing. So I don't think this will come as a surprise to anybody. So I would just like to quick address the couple of those questions. Number one, is any housing equally important? And I'm going to say no. I don't think we need more vacation rentals. So number three, are we satisfied with the Coburn locals only? I have to say that we have no idea. It remains to be seen if it works. And I would like to ask you to not gamble on something that it's untested right now, and we don't know if it's going to work or not. It sort of smacks to me a little bit of trickle-down economics, and I worry about our lower-income families. So number four, do we reduce the in perpetuity into 10, 15, or 20 years? So we're a tourist-based economy, and that's not going to change. We're always going to have service industry jobs, and I find it really important that we can provide for those families as well. So I would like to ask you to not reduce that in perpetuity, because those employees aren't going anywhere, especially if we're bringing in more higher income families. That doesn't reduce our need for those employees as well. So please try not to water down our regulation that we have right now. If anything, I would like to strengthen it. I would like to see our regulation require the housing to be on site. I would like more of this becoming a community with all of our income levels. We are all Truckee residents, and I just want to see us all live and work and thrive together. So thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Good evening again, Council. My name is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association. We were not able to comment on the 7 broad policy questions. I kind of feel like you gave us marching orders, and I'm apologizing that we were not able to give you feedback due to some other constraints, housing as well as general plan update issues. We are requesting the 2-week delay. We will be giving you answers, and that's a promise to you. Our members are very interested in being able to give you something of substance. We did submit comments to the town on March 14th for the housing element, and we thought that was a responsibility to be active participants, so we actually sent in comments on the housing element of some changes we would like to see, and many of your questions are part of those comments, and we know that there will be additional opportunity. I have to give Jeff a lot of credit today. He was the voice of calm and reason and probably got me down to a much more manageable level getting ready for tonight's meeting, because his reminder to me that we will have plenty of opportunity, and those opportunities are going to start as soon as the end of April. So for us, this is kind of a head start. We know that these questions will be out there. We're going to be ready in a couple of weeks to give you some answers. We expect to fully participate through the housing element discussion with GPAC, with you and the Planning Commission, and with community stakeholders. That's what the housing element's all about. That's the right time and place. I also wanted to say we are supporting a comprehensive look at this question of the local achievable housing that is not at the expense or detriment of the existing affordable housing. I want to make that very clear. So anyway, that's it. Just wanted to encourage you to think about this longer term process. We're going to have other opportunities to weigh in. Sorry we couldn't do that for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Hi, for the record, it's Heather Rankow. So I think you guys made a lot of great points. The thing that I think we need to remember is, like, what's the intent behind the inclusionary housing in our development code? So, you know, the intent is to provide affordable housing. But then you have other projects where, they're not going in and putting market rate units in $700,000 condos. They're trying to put in a 400 square foot one bedroom, which is efficient by design. And, I think some projects, we need to maybe start looking at alternative options like, Jeff has proposed here for discussion. And I think that's one of them too, is that, can we have a design of a structure or project that's efficient by design and then is affordable through that design? So that's one option. Secondary, Jeff had talked about, there are certain subsidies that exist through a variety of nonprofits. And, how do we get those to speak to our current development code? Because if, like the Truckee Tahoe Airport District, if they have a certain subsidy and they're trying to do it and give it to a developer, but it's not really feasible to do that with the inclusionary housing requirement, and then how, does that preclude density bonuses? Does it allow it? How do those things interwork? Which I don't think we have, a definition of that currently. And so I think that's an opportunity for further community discussion. Secondly, to speak to kind of a little again to the theme tonight is, we do need higher density and different zoning than kind of, that's what you're seeing our public community crying for, and also gentrification. And I think you've also heard that around the area tonight is, we don't just need single family rentals all in one neighborhood. We do need a mix, and that gets your community to both the Spanish speaking and English speaking, all different income levels, to all live within the community and work within the community in the same sectors. The biggest issue I think here is really your higher density inclusionary housing, and how do you make all that pencil? So I think there's a solution here. This is more an option for everybody to come out and talk about it, and I think we're offering up a bunch of solutions, and there is a solution in the mix. It is frustrating not only for developers, but also for Town of Truckee, for your planning staff, because they see the merit for projects, but, there's a long road there and there can be roadblocks. So I think we're all on the page that we need to find a solution. TOT, I put the question to you, what are, as you've taken lieu fees for, possibly for the inclusionary housing, how do those in lieu fees subsidize affordable housing? So if you have projects that aren't penciling, is there a way to do, a private public joint venture or subsidize some sort of option of that to make it pencil for developers so that we do get the affordable housing options here? There's leftover credits on inclusionary housing. How do developers have access to knowing where those exist and, having a direct spot where they can just go and find it and it's available, and it makes it easier for them, because the easier it is for them to develop. So, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Just in time.
Good evening, council, staff, and public at large. My name is Nikki Caravelli. I live in downtown Truckee, and I love being close to the wonderful downtownness, more affordable housing downtown. Woo, yeah, okay. So a word of caution about locals only restrictions. There is currently a suit in Davis called Ignacio versus the City of Davis. And this suit is it's on behalf of people of color suing about a development that was locals restricted for a senior, housing project. And their argument is that the locals only designation in this particular project is preventing people of color, minorities, low-income folks from moving into that community. So it's essentially a racial justice issue. And so my caution here is not that I think we're about to do that, but the fact that our current community makeup is not that diverse. And in terms of thinking about the type of housing we want to encourage, we can't just think about current workforce housing, the people that already work here. We ought to also think about the people that we envision working here in the future. As an example, my mom is half Filipino. When she moved here in 1992 or 93, right before I was born, she would not have been able to move into Coburn Crossing because she did not already work in the community. And yet she's been here for the past 25 years serving the local school district. So if we're gonna do a locals thing, maybe don't do all locals housing, leave some room for the people in our community that I want to see to be more diverse, more inclusive, and don't prevent those people from moving here.
Thank you, Nikki.
Hello again, Sohail Siddiqui. Just first of all, I want to thank Danielle for giving me heads up about the meeting today. It has been really valuable for me to come and listen to all of you, everybody, and it's been very revealing. Just to reiterate, I have been having conversation with the hospital that is right across the street, the banks that are in the vicinity, and the school district and the public utilities district. All of them are desperate. Hospital specifically is very keen on this project because it gives their staff to walk to work. That solves their parking problem as well. Coming back to parking, if we get the urban zoning, that will allow us to give you ample parking on our, so that means anywhere from 1.5 to 2 parking per unit. We can do that provided we get the urban zoning. So that is very important. Third thing, I think, as just was stated, I think it is important that people like us understand what incentives are there for us. As you all know, the construction cost in Truckee is unbelievably high. I live in Bay Area and I have a couple of development projects over there. It's expensive, but Truckee is more expensive than Bay Area. So we would love to hear what incentives are out there so that we can reduce our construction cost. And I don't know, I don't have any suggestions for you, but that will be very important for us to hear. Third thing is, we are very keen in supporting the needs of the city. I think that's the starting premise for me on this project. So sooner we get any kind of indication, we are ready to move forward. My bankers are ready to support me. I have contractors who are ready to get going. So I think it's timing is of the essence. For me, I was ready to move with my earlier project option, which was a mixed-use project, but I have delayed it by 1 year because of this option now. I have, obviously, from a business perspective, in capital locked in here, which is not generating any income for me. So for us, there's a business incentive to get it going as quickly as possible. I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Dale Creighton. I would just like to encourage you to keep the door open on the alternative equivalents, particularly items number 4 and 5. Just a little bit of background. I think, when you look at the inclusionary housing requirement of 15%, that usually comes along with an incentive to get a density bonus of 15%. And all too often when you work on projects, the density bonus just isn't achievable. In the Truckee, we found that to be the cause. It's either the neighbor, it's controversial, you don't have enough land area, you don't have the things that create the incentive to make the 15% inclusionary requirement affordable. So the alternative gives us an option to explore other means of getting the same equivalent density. So I hope that you keep the door open to have that discussion continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Any further public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment and bring this back to council for discussion, direction. You're looking for direction and our thoughts.
Yeah, I think, right? Again, we're not really looking for a vote on a particular question. I think it's premature, but any insights or direction you can offer us as individual council members would be helpful as we steam forward.
Okay. Does anyone care to? Morgan.
I'll jump in here. I had a lovely chat with Pat Davidson yesterday about this, and just want to emphasize the point that this is a chance for council to input in the conversation and not a proposal that we are about to finalize. I also really want to appreciate Nikki Caravelli's point about locals housing not being discriminatory to people that don't live here. I do think that we did a good job of that with our Coburn definition, allowing for not just local employment, but local job offers and people who run local businesses as a way to be more expansive on that, both welcoming and legally sound. But obviously we're going to keep an eye on that and keep improving that. but I think it's worth reiterating that locals does not mean keeping people out. I think that so on the question of do we need deed restrictions or is affordable by design kind of good enough? I would tend to come down on the deed restriction side of things, partly because I think that the sort of more general Coburn-style deed restriction is pretty conducive to what affordable by design rental rates might be and purchase rates might be, but also because of the long-term uncertainty of, real estate prices. Who knows? We're talking 20 years from now, they could be double, and we don't know what that community looks like. So I think it's important. I also think that similarly, I'm really wary of the 10 or 15 year kind of deed restriction. I don't think that has a lot of value for us, and frankly, I think it confuses the issue because I think that it allows projects to be kind of at the surface level, hey, look at this great local deed restricted project, when in fact it's a very different kind of thing than a deed restriction in perpetuity. I don't think it's a blanket no for me on that, but I do think it's something that I'd be incredibly wary of. I think that we should look at it to the extent of that, a 10-year deed restriction is worth less than a quarter of what a 55-year deed restriction is, if we're kind of comparing and sizing things up. I'm just going to rattle through all these, if that's all right with folks. Great. On the question of outside funding, I think it's great to get outside funding. I think the precedent that would work better is if the outside funding was not locked in before the town, who specializes in land use has a chance to weigh in on the proposal. And I think there's, Rick has been a sort of a brave guinea pig in this regard. And I think we've learned a lot about this, but, none of the agencies that we know of in the area that do, possible funding are experts in land use. And it does put the cart before the horse a little bit. I think that doing fewer than 100% of units local achievable is absolutely okay. Obviously, we want to, make sure that we have a fair kind of metric for that. I would point out that the Coburn locals restriction was accompanied by a $2 million town grant in exchange for that project being 100% locals restriction. I bet we could do, it would be fuzzy, but we could do some math and say, well, without that, how many of those might have been locals if it was sort of left up to the economics of that project. And then lastly, I think so two things. One, I continue to be a big fan of this Coburn locals restriction. I acknowledge that it comes with risks, both to the developer, it might not work, and to the community, it might end up serving entirely different people than we think. Nevertheless, to me, this is one of those things that I think, it's okay if we run the risk of hitting a few tipping the foul balls off, to keep up with our colorful metaphors, because of the opportunity to provide volume, and volume is fundamental to this problem. Not only is it fundamental to the missing middle, it's also fundamental to allowing people that are currently in affordable housing and have been there for years, and who are now making enough money that maybe they can look at something a little nicer, which frees up affordable housing. So it's part of the economy here, and 100 units of locals housing, versus 10 or 15 units of affordable housing, those are the kinds of trade-offs that we should consider. I think that another thing that I would like to see us consolidate, and this is my last point, is that we don't want to end up in this sort of locals only housing definition and have that be distinct from the achievable Mountain Housing Council definition. We need to work really hard to make sure that we have a limited number relatively limited number of options for what that means, and possibly even retroactively saying, well, we've been using this thing, say for Coburn. I think we should consider that retroactively we might say, hey, that actually meets the definition that we will come up with, to kind of give an example of what this means, so that we don't feel like a local's achievable definition is something brand new. I'd rather have us say, look, we're generally in line with this, and we're just going to put some meat on the bones. Sorry, that's a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a lot. And I really, I had 4 days to get my housing license underneath my belt trying to go through this. So I appreciate staff support in answering all of my questions. As much as I would love to kick this off to Planning Commission or somebody else, I also really feel the urgency. I am a little concerned about trying to set some sort of policy or program here, particularly without having had the benefit of Contractors Association's formal input, although you do bring up some great points here, Pat. If we were just to go through these real quickly, I don't have much to digress from what Vice Mayor Goodwin has said. I would just emphasize that I think we do have to be careful about having the cart before the horse with these subsidies. As good as it is to have that, I really don't want our decisions to be based on whether or not a project has a subsidy. I think it's really important to make sure it's the right project, not just a project with a subsidy. That's my personal view and opinion on that. However, wherever we have the opportunity to collaborate with those opportunities and create a good project, I think that is mutually beneficial for everybody, and we should be focusing on those. The locals only restriction, I think it's really only solving part of the problem, and it cannot be considered the full and broad solution to everything, that the complexity that this issue is. So I'm not comfortable with saying that, yeah, we, as a broad stroke, we would allow locals only as the equivalent, the allowable equivalent. And the length, the in perpetuity. Okay, just help me out. One last question. If they build a bunch of duplexes and we say those are deed restricted, but 50 years from now they're condemned and somebody buys that property, they could do something else with it, right? I mean,
yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I would agree that a short-term 10, 15, even 20-year deed restriction is, again, not really satisfying the need. Our need for housing isn't going to change in 10, 15, or 20 years. This is our need, and we need to find a way to fulfill that on a broad spectrum. So.
It was very well spoken. I agree mostly with what's been said so far. I just, and I think during the last topic I shared some of my concerns and where I was at, just kind of temperature-wise, but I also want to take some time to really think about maybe not one thing is going to solve all of the problems. And so maybe if some housing is better than not, if a deed restriction to locals for 10 years gets something built as opposed to not, I don't want to just say no without at least, I want to be as open-minded as we can possibly be to try to get as much housing as we can, because if we can house a few hundred locals for 10 years, well, gosh, that's a good start. It's better than housing no locals for no years. So for me, it would be more important to be more open. And I see that we have to have affordable housing. We have to have more housing. We need that volume will help. But, and something you said earlier in the meeting, Anna, is that we need to have this creative, unique problem solving. And so maybe it is one project can be looked at differently than another project, than another, and that it's not going to set a status quo for the entire future going forward for all developers. But if it will help, if it'll take a bite out of the problem, at least for a while. I mean, 10 years, it's a decade. That's, we don't know what housing, it could be double. It could be half the cost. We don't know what housing's going to look like in 10 years. We don't know how strong our winter-based ski seasons are going to be and how many employees we're going to need to be housing. So it's so hard without having a crystal ball and seeing into the future 10, 15, 20 years to know what our needs are going to look like. I just am concerned about completely shutting off any one single idea while still respecting and communicating my understanding of the importance of having the affordable inclusionary housing. But there are also Truckee locals who don't necessarily need the affordable housing, that they need somewhere to live, they need somewhere to raise their families, they need somewhere to be productive members of the community. And then maybe, in 10 years, they could also, like you said, with some of the low-income housing now, as people are ready to move up, well, then maybe they're ready to take on a home that's not restricted to locals only. So that would be my only addition or variance from what's been said so far. Otherwise, I'm really aligned with the rest of it.
I'm going to start high. I'll get specific, and then I'll finish sort of on a higher level note as well. I think I'm fairly in line with most of my fellow council members. What really comes to my mind, what I went back and forth with Jeff with yesterday and today, is balance. I believe to have the quality of life, to have the community that we want, to see the results that we saw in 7.2 survey results and workshop results, we need a mix of incomes. We need a variety of housing types. It needs to be rental. It needs to be for purchase, and it needs to be at all levels. And that's how we're going to create a successful community. And we're here to make these decisions for 25 to 50 years. That's how long land use takes. We heard, why does it take so long? It just does. And that's really what land use is about. And that's why you do 25-year general plans, is because that's how far ahead we're looking. So at the very high level, that's my goal. That's why I ran. That's why I want to sit up here, is that to create a balanced community that achieves all of that. How we get there is the sticky part. Going through these, I generally agree with the way Councilmember Goodwin, put those out there. I was talking to somebody else today with that last name, so I apologize, Goodwin. If you run through the slides for me, Jeff, I'll give you my quick 2 cents. But on one, which I believe was the locals only on one? Sorry. My numbers are all out of order too. So is all housing equally important? It is equally important, but we definitely have a focus on our achievable and below. I think that is really important, and that's where I would agree with Councilmember Goodwin's statement that volume does speak loudly to me. And if we can achieve volume by creating other methods of equivalent, I'm willing to listen. On to the deed restriction. Nonprofit, I agree with everything that everybody else has set up here. Little bit of cart before the horse in the case that we're referring to, I believe. But of course, we want partners. Of course, we want nonprofits and grants. And, I'll even say the word taxes and ballot measures. But yeah, we have to create incentives for the development community, and we have to create incentives for home purchasers to get into the market, in the market that we're in. So however that subsidy is looking, yes, but it does have to be in line with our town policy. 3, I'm not ready to judge on this. I think we'll be able to judge on this in a year or two, and we need to give this a little bit of time to flesh out. We're going to see how this works really clearly. I think they're calling for to be habitable or leased this summer, potentially. It's going up so fast. But, we're going to see how this works. So I'm not ready to weigh in on this quite yet. I'd like to see what happens. I'm certainly willing to entertain it. If we're going to put deed restrictions on things, they should be at least 25 years, in my opinion, but I would like to see perpetuity as well. I don't think 10 or 15 gets us anything. And if we are going to equivalent that and we're going to even entertain stuff like that, I do think we need to look at it at a really, really big picture. But we'll look at it. And then 5 was, I'm still not quite ready to weigh in on this, but locals restrictions, I'm okay with it as long as we have policies in place that allow for job seekers and newcomers to our community to get there. At the high level, I just want to quickly finish with, there comes a point where nothing's perfect. And I do applaud our staff. I think we do an amazing job. I'm proud to sit up here. I'm also sitting up here to make tough decisions. And at some point, those decisions have to come before us. And if we have projects that have just felt like they're spinning their wheels and have been there and done that, we should give them a chance. So all things not being perfect, we talked about this on the Planning Commission during my tenure there. If there isn't a bow on it, it's going to be okay. That's why we have appointed planning commissioners. That's why you have 5 elected town council members. If we hit a foul ball and we screw up, you can boot us out in 2 years, 4 years, whatever it is. But we're here to make some of these decisions. So everything doesn't have to be black and white. And I really just want to nail that home. If we have a project, if it's getting there, if there is an equivalent that the developer is saying is enough, and they can't do more, and it's this or nothing, we can hammer that out for years, but at some point they're going to walk. And we don't want more carcasses in the road. We do want housing. So at some point, let's make some decisions. Let's move some of this stuff forward and give the people here in front of us some certainty, or at least give them the chance to have something done. So,
thank you, Dave. Actually, thank all of you. Really, some great thinking up here tonight. For me, this really underscores the whole point behind alternative equivalence, which is that we consider these on a case-by-case basis. They're all going to be different. They're all going to have their own, sort of positive attributes and something to bring to the equation. So our current inclusionary housing ordinance, I think, has this option in it for a reason, and that is to recognize the ability of an applicant to come forward with a unique individual proposal. So I think this whole conversation underscores that, and I'm entirely in favor of moving projects forward that we have currently on the table in front of us that have been there for a while, that perhaps are proposing creative solutions, alternative equivalents, if you will. Let them come forward to our review authorities for consideration. Certainly appreciate, the 2 examples that we had in the packet, Jaboom Street and Sierra Drive. Both of those are very different. They are creative in their own individual ways. And, I think the final judgment on whether those are meeting the spirit of our inclusionary housing ordinance, it needs to be made at the Planning Commission level or the council level. Bring those forward. Let them come forward. I just don't feel completely prepared tonight to opine on every one of these questions. I think these are deep. They're philosophical in nature to a large degree, and I think we need time to sort of digest and think about them as we move forward with our process with the housing element and the general plan update. That said, Jeff, if you want to go through 1 through 6, let me just see if there's anything there that I would like to, offer. I know you started with 2, but I'd like to start with 1. Yes, I think. Okay, well maybe we'll go on. So that one kind of melds into the other ones. The funding, I think, for all the housing projects, it's often a challenge of finding funding from multiple sources, whether it's a subsidy, whether it's a grant, whether it's a bank loan, mezzanine financing. All these things come into play. For me, I think it's really the nature of what is being proposed that's more important than how it's being funded. But if there is grant funding involved, that's usually an indicator that there is perhaps something more creative or something more inclusionary or affordable about it. So certainly, I think that needs to be taken into account. Number 3, again, this one just sort of reminds me of let's consider these on a case-by-case basis. I appreciated, Jessica, your comments on this, as well as the length of term for a deed restriction. I would want to hear from the applicant, from the developer. Why are they proposing 10 years? What's the rationale behind 10 or 15 or 20 or whatever it might be, as opposed to just making a sort of blanket rule right now that all should be into perpetuity. I think we've got to understand what the reasoning and rationale is behind those proposals. Number 5. Again, for me, case by case, and it's probably the same answer on number 6. So, Anyway, is that we've got an array of opinions and direction.
No, that was extremely helpful. It's exactly what we were hoping to get some information on. And again, I really applaud you all for being willing to kind of entertain a somewhat abstract conversation, but give us very good, clear feedback. So helpful. Thanks.
Well, philosophy is good. It's a good thing. So
yeah.
Okay. So with that. 9:35. How are we doing? Are we're good? Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Thank you, everybody who came out to speak on and comment and participate in these 3 items. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, there has been a suggestion from at least a part of our staff table to consider. Because it is 9:35, we have a number of items left. The latter 2, which could get quite late, are $30-some million worth of conversation, and we don't want to maybe have that at very late in the evening. One possibility to consider would be we could put off the 2 sustainability items. You could perhaps open the item and then continue it. I know there's some people here I can tell who really want to talk about that one. We could entertain that comment without any staff report and without much time from us or deliberation, and then come back next time. They're not time critical. We wanted to get them before you for your budget conversations, but you've read the reports, so they are before you. The downside is we do have a consultant here who's come a long way, and I would hate to, and I know that's a problem. I can feel Dan looking, but that's the one issue that we may want to consider. He's here to answer a lot of very technical questions, particularly about the efficiency report. But anyway, in the interest of the time and everybody's ability to really dive in, that would be something that you may want to spend just a moment thinking about.
Okay, so maybe an option would be on the 2 sustainability items, the renewable energy or goals, to allow for public comment, open those items, allow for public comment this evening, without a presentation? Is that what you're?
That would be the way to, if we really wanted to, I mean, honor the individuals here to talk, and then, but then continue, because as I say, they're not. It's not something. If we didn't decide, tomorrow, not much is going to change on those. Okay, so would the idea then continue those for the first meeting in April? Yeah, the next meeting. Okay. I think that would work. All right. Except for our consultant. I apologize. But I have a house. I can come back. Okay. All right. Okay. For those who couldn't hear, he said he could come back, right? Okay. All right. Great. Okay, so unless I hear any opinions otherwise, maybe we go ahead and do that. We open them up, take public comment on the items. These are the next two items, right? 7.4 and 7.5. Yes. And then we'll continue those to next time, and then we'll get on to the Public Works, those two items. Okay? Right. Good? Thank you. All right, so item 7.4, staff report, preliminary sustainability activities report, and 2020 renewable electricity goal process. So what we will do, no staff report, right? We're just going to go ahead and open this item up to public comment, assuming that our members of the public who are here read the staff report and have some comments to make. I don't know. I see at least two, maybe three, in the audience or more. Any public comment tonight? Okay. All right. So I think with item 7.4, unless there's any council comment, we'll continue that till April. What's the date? April 9. Okay. Thank you. And then we'll do the same thing for item 7.5, kind of a twin item, if you will, Town Facilities Energy Efficiency and Renewables Report. Any member of the public care to speak on that tonight? Okay, so we will continue these two items. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience, and we'll bring those back to the April 9th meeting for a full report and full discussion. That takes us to item 7.6, staff report, Envision Donner Pass Road, DPR, Western Segment Phase 1 Project Construction Contract Award. And Scott, no, I don't, where's Scott? There's, oh, it's Dan Wilkins. Okay, Dan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, this is the first of two staff reports regarding construction projects and improvement projects we've been working on for a number of years that are at the doorstep of moving forward with construction bids that were quite a bit higher than we expected on both projects. So there's going to be some similar themes in this presentation and the following one. So oops. So this is the Envision DPR project. As a reminder, the area that it covers is from Highway 89 South in front of Mountain Hardware, right here, over to the I-80 interchange near the Shell station. The project scope is to construct streetscape improvements, so curb gutter sidewalk, pedestrian improvements, some limited lighting at crosswalks, and some landscaping along the edge of the Highway Donner Pass Road corridor. There would be 5 pedestrian refuge islands as a part of that project that would be constructed. This is an exhibit of the project limits. So over here, this is the Highway 89 intersection with Donner Pass Road. This is Mountain Hardware. Truckee Donner PUD building is right here. Truckee Fire District is right here. And school district, elementary school is here, high school is over here. So there's a match line right here. What you see in green on here are the areas where new sidewalk would be built. You see there's some gaps. So in this area in front of the DMV Plaza, that's area where existing sidewalk has already been constructed as a part of a prior development project. You see some other gaps here and here. Again, those are areas where sidewalks have been constructed in the past, so we're not proposing to tear those sidewalks out and replace them. We're proposing to tie into them. What you also see is a significant gap in the project right here. So this is the Northwoods Boulevard Donner Pass Road intersection in front of combination of the high school and the elementary school. There's a subsequent component of this multi-phase corridor improvement project which would replace the traffic signal with a roundabout at the Northwoods and Donner Pass Road intersection. So the notion is that provided that that project moves forward, the sidewalk gap that would be left with this project would be filled with that roundabout project. And again, this is where the Sears is, and there's sidewalk in front of that area. So that's why there's a gap in the sidewalk that would be built as a part of this project. What you also see are some very narrow symbols in green in the middle of the roadway. Those are the locations of pedestrian refuge islands. So the notion with those are that they were located at spots where we believe would be the most likely spots that pedestrians would want to cross the road. And that's based on some empirical observations out there as well as some of the adjacent land uses. And currently to cross the road, you have to cross 2 lanes of traffic that are flowing in opposite directions. What the refuge islands would do is provide for a 2-stage crossing, so you'd only need a gap in traffic flow in one direction at a time and then facilitate pedestrian safety that way. A little bit of background on how this corridor project became a priority for the town. My recollection is that it was actually really 2 main reasons. This project was prioritized shortly after the town had invested about $15 million in the downtown area and improving the walkability in the downtown and had constructed a number of different urban improvements in the downtown. And there was some interest by the council in not forgetting about this other important commercial area of town as well. So I think that created some interest by the council in pursuing a project in this area. And then there was a secondary component where we actually had a pedestrian fatality and a cyclist fatality in this corridor. It ironically made some grant funding available to help fund pedestrian safety and projects and cycling safety and projects out here. So I think a combination of those 2 factors, at least in my recollection, is really what drove the interest in doing some work in this corridor. And then a third one is that the town's had a long-standing policy since our first general plan that this should really be a 3-lane road, not a 5-lane road. The road as it exists right now could be striped as a 5-lane road. What this project would do is actually bring it down to the scale of what a 3-lane roadway would be. So we've got, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is a multi-phase project. The 3 primary phases, one is the utility undergrounding phase. That's been completed. So that happened last summer, just shy of $4 million. About $2.8 million of that came from the town from a combination of the general fund and Measure V, and about $1.1 million came from utility providers that gained benefit from the project. The project that's being considered tonight, if it moves forward as recommended, would end up being about a $6.9 million project. Of that, slightly over $3 million would come from the general fund. $2.3 million would come from Measure V, and then there would be just shy of $1.5 million of non-town funding in the form of the grant that I mentioned a moment ago, as well as some contributions by utility providers and the fire district. And then the third phase of the project, which is continues to be open for discussion would be the roundabout at Northwoods Boulevard and Donner Pass Road. That would be another year, another construction contract. That would, if it continues to survive our budgeting processes, would be a $4.4 million project. If we elected to not build that project, then that would basically reduce pressure on the budget for other projects. What staff would be recommending is that area where there was a gap in the sidewalk at the Northwoods intersection, is that we would want to make some amendments to the project that we'd be awarding tonight. We don't have to make that decision tonight, to basically fill that gap as a part of this project, and then just recognize that we would leave that traffic signal in place for the long term. So this is just a reminder of what the roadway edges look like on Donner Pass Road. This is pretty typical of what you see along that section of roadway. The schedule on the project, if we do move forward with it tonight, is that work would begin in early May. We've talked with Q&D Construction, who's the low bidder. They're anxious to start as soon as possible. Their goal would be to complete the project this summer. We've seen them be successful in doing these kinds of projects within those timeframes before, so we have every reason to believe that that's a real possibility, or a real likelihood, I should say. There would be a fair amount of coordination just around activity at the school. There's a lot of traffic in and out of there, as we know, that tends to be focused in peak periods, and we would want to make sure that the construction activity is not unduly, impacting, that critical need. And then the goal would be to have the project again complete in early November. So we received 4 bids when we bid the project. They were within about 15% of one another, so that's a relatively healthy grouping, if you will, that gives us a reasonable degree of confidence that the pricing we're seeing is reflective of the current construction market, and that we're not seeing an outlier of a high bid or an extremely low bid that's unrealistic for the contractor to be able to build it within. I'll move on. So the adopted budget for the project, so this is the budget that was adopted last year for the 2018-2019 fiscal year, had a combination of general fund and Measure V dollars, as well as some RSTP funds and the grant that I referenced earlier, with a total project cost of $4.7 million. The construction bid that I touched on a moment ago is just shy of $5.6 million. So we've had a couple questions as to what our opinion is as to the reason for the higher costs than budget. One is that our estimates tend to be based on the prior year's construction information that's available to us. So if we think about when we prepared the budget in 2018, we were looking at 2017 cost information, applying that to the preliminary design that we had in 2018, and then using that as our basic foundation for our budget estimate. Since that time, we've seen continued escalation in unit prices at higher rates than have been typical in years prior to that. The fire district made a request that the driveway aprons in front of the firehouse be upgraded to have hydronic heating. They agreed that they would pay for that additional expense, but it made sense to, if that was going to happen, to incorporate it in the construction project that we're building. So we would install the heat coils for the hydronics in the concrete work that we'd be working on. And then the fire district would follow in behind that with the equipment to actually provide the heating fluid into the hydronic heat coils that we would be constructing. There's some drainage improvements that have been added to the project. The final quantities in the project ended up being more than they were at the time when the preliminary design was available to us a year ago. And then there's also we had some fairly, I wouldn't say they're not unreasonable, but we had a fair amount of traffic control requirements on the project to ensure that we're minimizing disruptions to general public traffic flow and to business disruptions. So that creates some limitations on what the contractor can be working on at given time periods. Nighttime construction is an opportunity for the contractor, and they have a much greater degree of flexibility to build this at night. Our understanding is they want to do the bulk of the work during the daytime, though. So the total project cost, based on the current bid, would be, and what we'd be recommending for the budget would be just shy of $6.9 million of total expense. Of that, I would call attention, so there's $640,000 that's been expended already for the project design, environmental permitting, and those types of things. So that's already occurred. The contract bid, the bid we've got is $5.59 million. We would be recommending that we establish a contingency, so that would set the outer limit of what the project could cost to deal with any unforeseen circumstances that may come up during project construction. Our goal is always to not use that money, and it typically only comes into play to deal with, again, unanticipated items that come to our attention during the construction process. And then construction support, this is basically money to pay construction managers to actively manage the work on the town's behalf. It would be a combination of town staff and some temporary staffing that we hire to help us with these types of projects. The funding sources from the proposed budget, the grant funds are static. There's not an additional $1 million we can get out of the grant funding source. RSTP funds, those we could potentially increase those a bit. Those are funds that are held by the Nevada County Transportation Commission that are earmarked for the town, generally for roadway work. We could, in all likelihood, get about another $140,000 earmarked for this project if we chose to. I would also say that same $140,000 could be used for any one of about a half a dozen other projects that are currently in our short and long range CIP that are coming up. So if we were to pursue more RSTP funds for this project, it would reduce our general fund contribution by the same amount, but then there would likely be another project that we want to pursue that would need that much additional general fund, so it would all likelihood come out in the wash. Measure V sales tax, that's proposed to be $2.3 million. Really what that would cover is the drainage portions of the project and the repaving of the roadway at the conclusion of it. In the bid, the paving costs were higher than we had anticipated, so what that actually resulted in is the Measure V contribution being greater than it might have been had we seen lower paving costs and we had seen that additional money elsewhere in the contractor's bid. So, and then the fire district reimbursement I referred to a moment ago, there's some limited utility funding that would be associated with adjusting manhole lids to match finished grade on the roadway at the conclusion of the project, and then $3 million total in general fund. The changes, so as I mentioned, the HSIP grant is virtually the same. I think the difference here is that we ended up using a little more of the HSIP funding in the design phase of the project, so there's slightly less available for the construction phase. The increase in Measure V would be $995,000. The fire district reimbursement would be effectively a pass-through cost. The utility reimbursement for the manhole lids, again, that would be a pass-through cost, and then it would be about another $1 million in general fund above what is in the currently adopted budget if we want to move the project forward. So the staff recommendation is that we award the Envision DPR project to Q&D Construction for the bid amount of $5,590,005. Create a 10% contingency on the project, authorize the use of that contingency during construction, and amend the project budget as outlined in the staff report. I know prior to the council meeting, there after the staff report was published, there's been a couple of questions that have come up along the lines of what other work would be either not performed or delayed as a result of the budget amendments. What I would say is that within the next 2 years, there isn't, in my opinion, any work that would not occur. There would be obviously this much less money in our Measure V coffers and our general fund coffers to go towards other projects. I think in the upcoming budget process, with what we're seeing with construction costs on this project as well as on the Courtyard project, what I've done is talked with engineering staff about going back, taking this information, applying it to some of the other projects in the pipeline, which is raising our project cost from substantially from what we were looking at in last year's budget cycle. So that's going to create a lot more pressure on the budget, looking at do we want to delete projects, extend projects, scale projects back, et cetera. The reason staff is recommending that we move this forward at this time is we did not, given the momentum that's behind this project, we did not see a scenario that involved pulling the plug on this project and saving this money to use elsewhere. The scenario we saw as being most likely to make sense would be if the council decided that we need to put a lid on how much money we're spending in this corridor. I think that roundabout project, which would be another $3 million to $4 million investment beyond what's already been spent there, would be a reasonable candidate. And not that we're necessarily recommending that that's the right move. There might be other projects that are better candidates to either delay or to not fund. But what this project does is it gets the sidewalk, some landscaping and streetscape improvements and the safety benefits that come along with that in place. What the roundabout project does is really what drove it was a desire to not build a bunch of sidewalk around a traffic signal that would potentially be torn out with a future roundabout being constructed to get rid of that traffic signal, because we have general plan policies that say get rid of traffic signals, build roundabouts. So that was really the driver, more so than it was a traffic failure or a major congestion problem that was caused by the traffic signal. So I think if in the upcoming budget process the council is looking at ways to reduce funding in this corridor, that's obviously a project that would merit some discussion. I'm not saying that that's the right move. I'm just saying that when we were thinking about the merits of that project versus this one, and I guess our opinion is that moving this project forward makes sense if we're still committed to improvements in this corridor. We don't think this is going to get any cheaper as time goes on. So again, I'll stop at that point and be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Council questions?
Thank you, Dan. If there was to be any delay in this, not that I'm recommending that, does that impact the HSIP grant funding?
It could. I'll ask Scott to correct me, but my recollection is that we've got some commitments to get that funding used prior to next calendar year.
So that sounds like a yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have to close out the project by the end of 2019.
Yeah, so we did.
And I think you answered this, but just to reiterate, there's a big portion of this project is tagged as Measure V funding, but the roundabout is all general fund, and you said Measure V is generally repaving funds?
Yes.
And drainage?
So the I guess legal spectrum that the council can use Measure V dollars for is everything from paving to curb and gutter to drainage to sidewalk construction. Historically, the town has used Measure V money for maintenance activities more so than betterment activities. Not that there's a legal restriction on that, but when we re-upped Measure V, so there used to be Measure A, which was passed in 1998, It was re-upped as Measure V because it was due to expire in 2008. And when that re-up by the voters was happening, it was at least our opinion that the voters recognizing that that money had been used for, straight up maintenance and keeping the roads in good shape seemed to resonate well. We got an 86 or 87% approval margin by the voters when we re-upped it. It was expanded in terms of the allowable uses, but I think there has been some, maybe some tacit expectation that Measure V is really maintenance money as opposed to betterment money. So I go into that long background because that's the reason that we've historically looked at Measure V for drainage improvements and paving improvements more so than to fund, sidewalks, new curb and gutter, landscaping, et cetera. So it doesn't mean that you as a council, from a policy standpoint, can't choose to modify that and look at Measure V for, betterment type work and not the maintenance type work.
No, thank you for that. That is helpful. Is there any other, because I think the recommendation is that it would increase quite a lot of the Measure V funding, and so are there Measure V projects that are going to suffer from that?
I don't believe there's any Measure V projects within the next couple of years that would be not pursued as a result of that. There is a potential that, so Measure V generates about $2 million a year. So what this recommendation would do is add $1 million to this project. So that's about a half a year's worth of Measure V revenue. So to the extent that there were a Measure V funded paving project 2 or 3 years out, and the use of this money on this project now leaves our coffers empty, so we couldn't do that paving project. We might have to push that paving project out a year, as an example, or in theory a half a year, but up here you can't really push things out a half a year. It's either one construction season or the next one. So
no, you could have been paving in January this year. I don't know what you're talking about. Can we consider, kind of taking this the direction, but can we consider taking a small percentage of CIP projects for public art? I think we've talked about this a little bit, and this is sort of the first one that's coming forward this season.
That's clearly within the council's purview. So if the notion were that we want to create an ongoing funding commitment and funding stream towards public art, and in order to benchmark that, we wanted to say, there's going to be some percentage of any CIP project that we're going to put in a fund that would either fund public art, or that we're going to direct that that dollar amount be somehow included in the CIP project. That's well within the council's purview.
Mm-hmm. Would tonight be the appropriate time to do that, or would that be a budget process question?
I would suggest that it could be done as part of the budget, because again, it would be a council directive, and if the council wanted to, effectively establish that as a benchmark and use this as the first project, you could do that.
If I could just weigh in one second on that. Tomorrow night we'll be having our public arts master plan kind of workshop. One of the recommendations, in fact, the first recommendation, first policy in that master plan is to consider that very concept, a percentage for CIP. We may want to wait a little bit and get until we get some feedback and see if that suggestion is welcomed and favored, and kind of what the thinking about how much. But it should be fairly quick, so it should coincide with budget.
Great, thank you. And then last question. Sounds like some of the cost is coming from the sort of increasing our traffic control requirements, and I'm just wondering if, there's a little bit of loosening there, short-term pain for long-term gain kind of agreement with our property owners.
It's something we could talk with the contractor about. Their bid item for traffic handling is about $310,000. It's tough for us to know exactly what's included in that, and if they could have alternate one-way flow through the job site for the entirety of the construction project, what does that buy us? I don't know.
It's like not a huge amount.
Yeah.
Scheme of things.
Right. So we could ask the question. It's tough to know what the answer would be. Yep.
Thank you for all of that, Dan. So this is, from what I understand, is primarily flat work. It's curb, gutter, paving, and we have the design. So the 10% contingency, what are you expecting to need to cover other than possible design errors? Because there's not going to be a lot of unforeseen conditions since you're not doing utility replacements or underground work, things like that.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, what do we expect to be unforeseen?
Yes. Since you've got everything above ground right now.
Right. This is, the types of things that come to mind. This is fairly low-lying land that used to be, I think, wetland before it was
So some soil remediation possibly.
filled in. We could run into unsuitable subgrade material, as we're doing work on the roadway shoulders. That's always a wild card, but that's one that comes up from time to time. There can be, oftentimes in construction, you do your best when you're designing something, but when you're out in the field, you find ways to create minor improvements in terms of, how the limits of the project tie into adjacent driveways or adjacent streets. And
So possible feathering or expansion of the scope a little bit.
yeah, to make sure that all of the finishes and the tie-ins all work well. So there's those kinds of things that can come up, and the more you're working above ground, the less the uncertainty. There is some additional drainage work, addition of some culvert pipes, replacement of some culvert pipes. Sometimes you come across utilities at different elevations than were expected when you're doing that kind of work, and that can require design modifications. So there's those types of things that can come up on a project like this.
Okay. And I ask these questions because the 10% contingency for this type of work seems like a pretty large contingency, and it is pretty much so half of what we're being asked to expand the general fund funding for. We're being asked to add $1 million to it. About half of that is the contingency. I would assume then that if we didn't use all the contingency, that would go back to the general fund to be distributed to other CIPs.
Yeah, what we would typically do with a project like this, if we stick with this notion that the Measure V contribution is for the drainage, the repaving, that the stuff that fits more clearly in the maintenance bucket. What we would typically do at the conclusion of a project like this is look at those bid items that are in that category, look at what the final pay amounts were for those bid items, and then assign that to the Measure V portion of the project. And then the other items that don't fall within that philosophical Measure V category would be assigned to the general fund. So that's how we would typically go about it. So depending on if there's contingency dollars used to deal with, unsuitable subgrade under the roadway, that's probably more of a maintenance type item. If it's contingency items to deal with how the sidewalk ties back, into the adjacent street that we're passing along the frontage of, that might be more of a general fund type item. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I just want to be sure I'm understanding completely. So the $6 million is for the moving forward with the project with the assumption that we are going to follow through with the Northwoods roundabout, but not including the construction of the roundabout. So if we decided to put that offer to maybe not do the roundabout, do we know what the difference in cost would be, and when would we need to be deciding that? That's a budget
Right.
process.
So I'll try to back up a few slides here.
Thank you.
What's that?
Or the little wheel seems to work too.
The little wheel?
Yeah,
The little wheel. Spin the wheel.
Guys are killing me.
Yeah, I know. The little wheel.
Okay, here we go.
Just to be fully aware of all of our.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So the utility undergrounding project, which has been
We did
built
already.
and paid for, was the 3.9 million.
Mhm.
The Northwoods Roundabout, which we've spent about $600,000 towards this already, most of it in property acquisition.
Right.
Now, what I'd say is if we decide not to go forward with the roundabout project now, I wouldn't necessarily look at that property acquisition as a wasted investment, in that the property is in fact secured for a future generation to build a roundabout with the right-of-way in place for it. There's been some design money spent on the roundabout as well, but that's just a preliminary design, which is in the $50,000 to $75,000 range is what we spent on it. So based on our current best available numbers, we think it would take, so we've spent around $600,000, we think it'd be about another 3.8 to finish that project. If we didn't do that, that 3.8 would be available to allocate to something else. So that's the deal with the roundabout project. With the streetscape improvements, just shy of 6.9 million, of which about 650,000 has already been spent on design. So we're talking about 6.25 million or so to get from here to having sidewalks on the ground out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the budget amendment would cover. So it would not cover building the Northwoods Roundabout. What I was doing a kind of a convoluted job of communicating is if the roundabout didn't get built and that money was used for this project, that we'd be covered, if that makes sense.
But as we're discussing this project, the summer 2019 now streetscape improvements, it would make logical sense to be keeping in mind, how do we feel about the roundabout for next year? Because that's going to have an impact on what the sidewalks look like this year.
Yeah, and I think staff's suggestion is that the roundabout project could be considered in the upcoming budget discussion and compare it against a number of other projects that we have in the budget. And if the council decided to keep the roundabout in, then the current streetscape project would get built as designed and bid. If the council said, you know what, let's delete the roundabout project, what we would be recommending is that we take some of the money in the roundabout project, add even more money into the streetscape project to complete the sidewalks that we would have otherwise built in the roundabout project, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Yes, it does. Thank you. That was very clear.
So I think you answered my question because that was it. So current design, as it stands today, if we go to award this bid, includes roundabout design.
The design.
It includes the sidewalk, streetscape improvements that incorporate a roundabout. Yeah.
Yeah. So
you just answered that. Okay.
Yeah. So this.
Just confirming that's what I just heard.
Right. So this area right here, where we've got the gap, some of that area already has sidewalks.
Okay.
Some of it doesn't. So most of the north side of the road already has sidewalks. The south side of the road along the school district frontage does not. So if we don't build the roundabout, where there's sidewalks on the north side of the road, we'd just leave them. We wouldn't need to add any scope to this project. On the south side of the road, where there are no sidewalks, we would be suggesting that we add scope to this project to build sidewalks at that location. We believe that if we were to make that decision in concert with the budget process, which will be playing out over the next 6 weeks, that we could get it incorporated into this project without a major disruption to the contractor's schedule.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you. That was my question.
Yeah, my questions have been answered. I think the only thing I was wondering about, Dan, is are there any opportunities to cost savings, cutting costs through the current design that wouldn't, wreck the nature of the project?
Now, it's a great question. There's some things that could be done, and it's really a question of quality versus cost trade-off. So, as an example, the current design, any place we're building new sidewalks, it calls for 10-foot wide sidewalks. You could go with minimum sidewalk width is 4 feet, which meets ADA. The functionality of a 4-foot wide sidewalk is more limited in terms of, two people can't really walk next to each other, or you can walk past each other. So there's things like that where we could scale it back. The amount of credit we could pull out of the contract is always a point of discussion with the contractor, and so that'd be an example. We've got the pedestrian refuge medians or islands. So if you delete those, there's cost savings there. You've got the island that you get cost savings from. You've got the lighting that's proposed for the crosswalk. But you also get a commensurate reduction in some of the safety benefits that we're trying to achieve. Landscaping is another one. We don't have a lot of landscaping in this, but there's a few pockets. If you get rid of the landscaping, you also get rid of the irrigation system that comes along with it, and the irrigation controllers. There's some money there, but you lose the value of the landscaping that you would otherwise be building. So there's a trade-off to all those items.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
As I suspected. So thank you. All right. I think at this point we'll open it up for public comment. All right, Susie.
Hi, it's Susie. Just real quick, is there any, I don't know if I've seen the picture, is there any chance of protected bike lanes on this, or are they still right smack up against the traffic?
Okay, can we answer that question, or?
Sure. So the proposed bike lanes are similar to the existing ones where they're adjacent to the traffic lane. We did look at opportunities to separate them. We didn't have room without basically acquiring property along the frontage of all the commercial parcels out through there. So.
All right. Thank you.
What width are we maintaining on the bike lanes through there?
5 feet.
5 feet.
Yep.
Okay.
So it'd be 11-foot travel lane, 5-foot bike lane.
10-foot sidewalk?
Yep.
All the way?
Curb gutter and 10-foot sidewalk for the new sidewalk. Wherever there's existing sidewalk, it would be what it is today, which is a combination of 4 and 6 foot wide. There was some discussion in the project design phase about should we tear out the existing sidewalk and put in, the 10-foot wide sidewalk so that it's continuous on the length of the corridor. Ultimately, from a cost standpoint, that wasn't recommended, with the thinking being that as redevelopment occurs in that corridor, that the sidewalk widening could happen incrementally as a part of other on-site project activity.
Dan, one last question. Does the town plan to do snow removal on that 10-foot sidewalk?
Yes, great question. So as a part of the project, there was a maintenance district that was created where each of the adjacent property owners is putting money into a kitty, effectively, that would fund the routine sidewalk maintenance. So that would be like the sweeping and the snow removal, as well as basic litter cleanup, those types of things. The adjacent property owners would maintain responsibility for sidewalk replacement. So if the sidewalk falls apart and needs to be replaced, that would be the adjacent property owner's responsibility.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Any more public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring this back to council for deliberation. Anyone care to start? Morgan?
I'm happy to start. I think that you've laid out the case that we have invested enough in the project that it's worth going forward. I think where I kind of sit on the order of priority for improvements in the corridor would probably go streetscaping and then the roundabout and then the utility undergrounding. Obviously, we've did that first for, proper reasons. So I do think that I'd support moving ahead with this. I think the public art question is worth keeping in mind. But I think that the roundabout is, the way I see it, I don't think it's a scrap it per se, but I do think it's push it out kind of beyond our next couple of year horizon at the very least. And the reason that, and we're getting into the budget conversation here, but just to kick it off a little bit, I think that I appreciate the voters and their enthusiasm for the Measure V sales tax, and $2 million a year for roads is significant. Obviously, contrasting that to our sort of availability of funding for housing, which we have heard far more about than road quality over the last several years, and climate, which we've also heard a lot more about than road quality over the last several years. I have a hard time putting, seven-figure sums of general fund money into roads, especially considering we have such a robust dedicated funding stream. So I think that as we head into this process, that's going to be a kind of organizing force for me.
So I really want to say that it's impressive, first of all, that you got 4 bids, because I do this a lot, and this is that was well done. It is over budget, but could have been a lot worse. This is not going to get any less expensive to build in the future, and I'm clear on that. So I think the community has voiced their desire to improve this corridor. We had pretty significant community input on this envisioned DPR. I think it's very worthy of moving forward. I'm very concerned about what else is going to suffer because of it, in particular, since I know we designed and constructed the school district entrances and right-of-way approaches in order to match not just the envisioned DPR, but also the roundabout that we're now talking about not doing. So that has impacts. I'm putting my school district hat on. So we do need to move this forward. We've got this great little bump coming out of Truckee Elementary that I can't wait to get rid of. And we need sidewalks, and we need safe access to schools. And as much as I would love to value engineer this, we need that safety element. We owe it to our community to deliver on this project. So those are my thoughts on it. I would just really encourage to try to be very judicious in how that contingency is used, because $500,000 coming back is $500,000 coming back, and I'd love to see that. So those are my thoughts.
Just sorry, really quickly echo agreeing that I would not support trying to value engineer away little bits of landscaping or sidewalk or anything. Like, I think the value of the project is pretty clear. I would just agree with that.
And probably just in terms of time frame, if we are going to consider not moving forward on the roundabout, I would strongly encourage moving forward on the sidewalk in front of the school, if that is a consideration for the council.
I'm in support of moving forward with this. I don't have any heartburn. I think it does tie into some of the it makes this part of our town more walkable. So if it's more walkable, then we have less cars driving. If we have less cars driving, then we have a greater impact on our climate. So it kind of all ties in. Safety in our community and living in a safe town has always been one of my passions as far as being on council. So I'm highly in support of that. As far as the roundabout, I don't know yet because we haven't looked at what we're having to get rid of to keep the roundabout, or what we're going to have to, what that's going to look like. So as far as this, and having over $1 million, use it or lose it in a grant, I feel like if we don't do this, well, that's just kind of wasteful. And we've already made this commitment. I think it's not a sexy topic that's getting a lot of attention, but I think as far as the overall community benefit, it's nice to have the areas, to have a whole DPR that's walkable, that's pretty, and people might not drive by and say, wow, look at this beautiful landscaping, but they notice. It creates part of the entire image and energy of a town. So I'm highly comfortable with moving forward as is.
I don't have anything to add to all of the eloquence that you all have put out there. So if you're ready for a motion, I'm happy to make it, unless, Mr. Mayor, you'd like to add your 2 cents there. Go for it.
A very, very quick 2 cents. I agree with what I've heard as well. This has always been sort of an auto-centric part of town, and I think it's in our community's interest to continue forward with the project. Anything that's going to enhance the walkability of our community and the rideability, if you're a cyclist, is a good thing. I think this is a great project, and support moving forward, recognizing the challenges with budgets. I think we're gonna continue to experience those. In fact, our next item, right? So, So, anyone care to make a motion?
Sure. Make a motion on item 7.6 to authorize all 4 items under the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, do we need a voice vote for this, or can we just, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
And Scott, I know you're involved. And others.
Scott did most of the work, so.
That brings us to item 7.7.
Yeah.
Dan, is that you again?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm the guilty party.
All right.
Yeah, this is the other fun one. So this is the Public Service Center Phase 3 project. I'll get into a little overview on this. So the Town Corporation Yard, so really what this site is it's the back of house kind of base for a lot of our front of house services, road maintenance, animal control, and depending on whether we move forward with the project tonight or not, it also provide our back of house infrastructure for our facilities maintenance operation, for our police evidence storage, and for some additional capacity in our public works and fleet operations. So this was a master planned project that the town embarked upon about 15 years ago, when there was identification that it was time to really find a new central location for our town infrastructure maintenance functions. So our former location is the old county courtyard that I think most of you are familiar with. It's in the backside of the Riverview subdivision. So what the town did is we entered into an agreement where we bought 20 acres of land from the Forest Service. Forest Service used that money to build their new visitor center. And then the town basically came up with another $14 million to build our current public works yard, and then came up with another $7 million after that to build our current animal shelter. So the Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects that I refer to in this staff report were what you see out there at the Stevens Lane Courtyard. For any of you that have been to Big Truck Day or visited the courtyard, that's the background on that. This phase we're referring to as Phase 3, which would construct 2 of the master planned additional 4 buildings on that site. The 2 buildings that are being considered tonight as part of Phase 3 would provide additional capacity for public works, snow removal and road maintenance, workspace, police evidence storage, and equipment storage areas, facilities maintenance workspace, and I'll go into those in a little more detail in a moment. Whoops. So this is a site plan and or aerial and overlay of the current corporation yard. So animal shelter here, fueling facility here, maintenance building and administration building here, sand and salt barn and equipment, outdoor cold equipment storage here. So it's basically this building, which would include some police evidence and equipment storage, large vehicle equipment storage, this building that would include office space for our transit and our facilities operation, as well as large equipment storage. So it's these two buildings that are under consideration. The master plan actually identifies two additional buildings, one that would be built here opposite the sand barn, and another that would be built here opposite the sand barn, but those aren't part of this project. Just a little bit of detail on the actual buildings. So this is an elevation view of the north building, as well as a plan view. What this building would contain is 5,300 square feet of facilities division, workspace, and storage area, 1,400 square feet of transit operations office space, and 12,000 square feet of large equipment storage. A couple of things I'll point out. The architecture on these buildings, I would suggest, is on probably the fancier end of the spectrum for storage buildings. The reason for that is that the town in our development code and other guiding documents has relatively high standards for architecture. Within the community, there was a desire to not hold ourselves to a low or even a medium standard, but to design a project that had relatively high standards in terms of different material types being used. So there's some CMU block as opposed to just metal siding all the way to the ground. And on the back side of the buildings, there's CMU materials. There's a row of solar panels on the project or on this particular building that would generate electricity to help serve the building and the site. The buildings themselves have vertical articulation that, again, was intended to serve some architectural treatment purposes. And there's horizontal articulation on the side of the buildings that basically face the outside of the site. So I just bring this up because every corner, every change in material has a price tag associated with it, as we all know. Also, there are first and second floor components to a portion of the building. So along with that comes stairwells and elevators, which cost money. So the first floor on this component of the building is basically a workshop for our facilities maintenance activities, as well as storage space for tools, pieces, parts, filters, various things that are needed to be kept on hand and in stock to serve the various buildings that we're maintaining here at the town. And then there is a second floor, which is partially storage space, again, to serve facilities maintenance functions, and partially office space, which would allow us to move the transit operation to this site. So the idea is our current transit operation is based at our old maintenance yard, and what we have there is an office building that the dispatchers, management staff, and that the drivers report to, and then we have some limited indoor storage for the buses at the old facility. If we built this building, it would allow us to move that function out of the existing yard to the new yard, provide a replacement office space with room for expansion. So if our transit operation grows in the future, this would accommodate that. And then it would also provide the areas for buses to be stored. So that's the north building. The south building, very similar in terms of architecture and approach where there would be a significant portion of the building that would be dealing with equipment storage, and then another portion of the building that would have 2 levels that would really be the base of operations for the police department for their evidence storage functions, as well as for storage of their equipment that needs to be indoors and heated. So the police chief could go into a lot more detail on the different components of this, but again, there is a first floor and a second floor, which again brings stairwells and elevators along with it, and then the associated costs that come along with that. The other thing I would note is that these buildings were designed with, our best estimation of the community's, our operational needs, 10 and 20 years in the future. So we didn't just say, okay, what's the existing square footage at the existing yard and replace it here. We said we need to do that, and we also need to create capacity for growth in whether it be evidence in the police department or activities in the facilities maintenance department. So the goal here is to take a long-term approach in terms of these building designs as opposed to a more short-term approach. And again, that brings cost along with it. So public works, operations improvement, I can come back to these. I could spend a lot of time, but it is getting late in the evening. But where there's numerous operational improvements for the Public Works Department that would come along with this. There's obviously inefficiencies that come along with trying to get the equipment out of the snowbank before, and we've all dealt with it. Trying to get out of our yards in the morning. Ultimately, the public works folks are the ones trying to get the roads open, so there's a place to get out of the yard too. This is just one example of clearing the equipment off. A little more involved than scraping the snow off the car just because of the size of the equipment. There's a lot of other reasons other than having snow on your equipment for the project. This is a view of some of the inside of some of our existing buildings. This is our current wash bay, which is used more as a storage bay, which kind of impacts our ability to use it as a wash bay because this is an area that's heated, so it gives us some heated storage that these new buildings would effectively replace to allow the wash bay to be used for more of its intended purposes. There'd be benefits to the overall fleet, vehicles parked outside, and our snow removal fleets probably valued at around $14 million in today's dollars. So environmental damage that comes along with equipment being outside is real. The workspace that gets consumed in our shop building as it's being used as a storage building creates real inefficiencies in terms of keeping equipment up and running. Whoops, something's going on. So this is the existing building that we house some of our transit buses in. This is also the building that we house some of our facilities maintenance storage and some of our facilities maintenance workshop activity in. Our facilities, our storage for facilities is kind of scattered around the town, where we've kind of got nooks and crannies in different locations that we've used to store pieces, parts, and we also have our facilities maintenance personnel are housed at one location, but their workspace is at another location, so that's less than ideal. That other location being the old courtyard. So these are just some pictures of some of the storage areas that are scattered about that we use. Oops. This thing seems to be going slow. Our facilities maintenance personnel, their current office space is the copy room at the existing courtyard. It works. It's less than ideal. Transit improvement, similar. If we've got indoor storage for our transit fleet, that's desirable both from an efficiency standpoint and a longevity and equipment life standpoint. There's operational improvements that come along with, again, the transit vehicle's not
being buried in snow when the drivers show up to work. On the police department side, the police chief can speak to this better than I, but in terms of the future, it provides facilities that are sized to properly and legally store evidence, which is a interesting nuance. Most of the storage we deal with on the public works side, there aren't legal requirements from the Department of Justice as to how that happens. In the police department, there are because of chain of custody type considerations that come into play. And there's various challenges that the police department has with their current situation, which is actually the old sand barn that's at the old courtyard. So this is a picture of that facility. And it's a combination of equipment storage and evidence storage that goes on at that area. So these are some pictures. And then I think the last, and maybe to some, the most important benefit of the project is it basically gets the town activities that are currently occurring at the Riverview courtyard relocated to the current courtyard where they've been master planned to be located for quite some time. And that creates opportunities to, which we've talked about recently with the rec district potentially using our old yard, and then that creating some space in the park. It's tough to put a value on a lot of this stuff, but there's it's kind of part of the long-term plan that we've been working towards. So the existing budget. So again, this was a budget that was adopted last year that was based on some information we had from other projects that had been built the prior year. So the total project budget that's currently adopted is $8.4 million. The bid we received, so we only received one bid on this project from McEwen Construction, was $12.8 million. So if we were to just award that bid and we were to put a contingency on the construction contract, we would be recommending a $7 million budget amendment tonight, which we think is not the way to go tonight. Where we land with the project in the future, if we pursue it with a similar scope, there will be a substantial budget amendment involved. If we cut the project way back or eliminate the project, then kind of all anything could happen from a monetary standpoint in that case. So from a bid analysis standpoint, on the last project, we received 4 bids. Now they were within 15% of one another. It gave us a high degree of confidence that we had good solid bids that were reflective of the current construction industry. When you receive only one bid, you don't have that benefit, and it leaves you wondering, is this a high bid, is it a medium bid, is it a low bid? So what we did was as much evaluation as we could with the information that was available. So the first thing we did was to ask the single bidder, McEwen Construction, if they would be willing to share with us the bids they received from their subcontractors. So with this building project, the way it's been bid is there would be a general contractor. The bulk of the work, however, would be done by individual subcontractors. So an electrical subcontractor, an HVAC subcontractor, a steel building subcontractor, a site subcontractor. So about $11.4 million worth of their bid was actually subcontractor work of that $12.8 million total. What they did is they shared with us just the bid totals they got from the subcontractors, and they had received 2 to 3 bids for each of the major work scopes that were generally within 10 to 20% of one another. So that gave us a little bit of information that at least the subcontractor bidding process that the general contractor had gone through saw some competition. It wasn't like one subcontractor bid for each discipline. So that gave us a higher level of confidence that at least there was some competitiveness in this bid, through the subcontractor bidding process that had occurred. We've also been hearing that this is not an unusual situation, that building construction costs have gone up dramatically over the past couple of years.
We're being told that's driven by higher material costs, things like tariffs on steel, on large steel buildings definitely come into play. And the fact that the construction industry is relatively saturated with work right now. We've heard of other projects where there were no bidders on similar size and scale projects as what we've got, or that finding a bidder was more of a struggle. We were optimistic when we had the pre-bid meeting on this project. We had about 6 or 7 plan holders. We had, I think, 3 prospective bidders that showed up at the pre-bid meeting. Ultimately, that whittled down to the single bidder. What we did do is we contacted the contractors who elected not to bid to ask why. What they told us in various forums was that basically they were busy. Some of the ones that were considering bidding on it had since gotten other work, so their schedules had filled up. Some of them told us that they couldn't get subcontractors to give them price quotes because the subcontractors were busy on other things and were kind of fully occupied. So based on that information, it's our opinion that this bid that we've received is reflective of the cost of building the kind of structures that we've identified that we want to build. Like I said, it's not, the opinion would be much stronger if we had 2 or 3 other bids, but given the information we've got, we think that this unfortunately is reflective of the cost of doing business these days. So what we've tried to put together, given the high discrepancy between the budget amount and the bid amount, are 5 options for you with a recommended option. One option would be to abandon the project. We've done this once before. So when we bid, yes, sir.
Dan, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm sensing we're all kind of fading here. I'm wondering if we can just get right to the recommendation unless anyone wants to hear all 5 options.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, okay. So our recommendation is that we perform an exploratory project scoping and value engineering effort with McEwen Construction, the project design team, and a council subcommittee to identify opportunities for cost reduction. The other part of this is there's been a lot of discussion lately about reduced reliance on non-renewable energy sources. So this building has 2 primary energy sources. One is electricity for a number of building functions, and the other is natural gas for heating. So what I know is that if we wanted to get rid of natural gas and bring in an electric-based heating system, it would cost a lot more money on the front end. If we added a whole lot of solar panels to that electric-based heating system, we could reduce ongoing operating costs. So I think a question is whether or not, if we're going through this value engineering effort on the one hand to try to save money, do you also want us to look at to kick the tires, if you will, on what it would look like to get rid of natural gas in these buildings and go to an all-electric building approach, design approach, which I think at the end would increase our upfront costs but may have other benefits that the council's interested in exploring. The reason for this recommendation is it gives us an opportunity to work with the design team and the contractor to see if there's opportunities for value engineering and some cost savings. It gives us a higher level of certainty of what those cost savings would look like than if we're working in a vacuum with the design team. And it would give us a way to quickly explore some alternatives related to reducing non-renewable energy reliance. And then at the end of the day, you would still retain the ability to reject the project or put it into a redesign mode or take some of the, move down the path of some of the earlier options that were in your staff report. With that, I will stop. I will note that Trent McEwen, who is the owner of McEwen Construction, is in the audience with us tonight, as well as Will Broad, who is a Truckee resident, who would be the project manager and superintendent, and who also told me he lived at Stephanie Olivieri's house for a few years because apparently him and her son are good friends. So he waited till tonight to say that, though. I might not have recommended we work with him if I'd known that ahead of time. But no, I'm kidding. No, I just think that's an interesting piece of history, and I love working with Stephanie. Don't ever let anyone say anything different. So
it is late, so
yes.
Things do come out at the 11th hour. Okay, well, thank you, Dan. A very thorough overview. Any council questions?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. And thanks for answering all my questions ahead of time. It's just the bottom line here is, what can we, do we need to build this, and can we afford it? That's essentially what we're asked to feather here. Okay. And we had calculated approximately $300 per square foot for the vehicle storage and about $600 per square foot for the occupied spaces, correct?
That's the ballpark of where we're at with the bid.
And as you said in your presentation, some of that is obviously attributed to the architectural articulation, and then of course also the solar panels that are unique features to what otherwise would be a storage shed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have a quick question on the overall design, on the two-story concept. Obviously, going up is great. I like it. Elevators are really expensive. I do know that part. And is there opportunity for single level and pushing the building out instead of the second story? I'm not a value engineer, so sorry for my question.
It's something that could be explored. It ends up being a little more of a complex issue to explore through the value engineering process, but
It would put it off a whole year.
probably.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't value engineer a second story off.
Yeah.
Very easily, no.
That was just one of my only question.
Okay. I suppose even though this is part of an overall phase project, suppose you could phase the phase to some degree.
Sure.
That could be part of this exploratory sort of exercise if we go in that direction. So,
yeah.
Okay. Open this up for public comment. And I take it Trent and Will, or Will and Trent? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion, deliberation on the recommendation here.
I'm ready to jump in.
All right.
Okay. So first of all, I commend staff for their creative approach to this. We had kind of a double jeopardy here with significant cost overruns and some reoccurring community feedback on this facility and the potential indenturement right as we're on the cusp of trying to make a major shift into renewables and low carbon existence. So I think we have a real opportunity here. There's also no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a significant community benefit. The question is, as I said, do we have any opportunities to reduce the cost? It sounds like we do, but we don't know by how much, and can we afford it once we get to that point? So it sounds like the idea here is to go back and try to vet some of that and bring those concepts and those options back to us, right? So my following comments are probably going to be more applicable to when it actually comes back to us, but I'll just plant the seed now. At the school district, we had a similar situation. Some of those pictures looked very familiar to me from the old bus barn that sat at the base of Northwoods. And literally the guys would be working on engines half outside because the facility was so old, the buses didn't even fit inside it anymore. And we built the transportation facility. We value engineered out the bus storage. We're still removing snow from buses today. I don't know that we're ever going to be able to afford to build what we didn't build at that time. It's never going to get less expensive. I don't recommend option number 2 when you put things back out to bid. We didn't go through the options, but if you put it back out to bid, the price is out there. We might get a lower number, but not by much. So, and then we would lose time and we would lose the benefit of the opportunity that we have right now with McEwen to investigate these other options. And then, of course, this is tricky. I asked the phasing question too. Can we build one of them and not the other? Well, yes, but then we haven't gotten that building block out of the way for the next domino to fall in the bank shot option, and that also has significant community benefit and interest. So those are my thoughts. I'm in favor of option number 4 and see what these guys can come back with, because you got some smart people back there to work with these smart people here.
Can I just ask another clarifying question? Are we going to go back to bid after we go through this exercise on 4? What does that process look like?
So we likely would not. So if we decide to move forward with the project this year, we would not go out to bid. If we come back to you at the end of figuring out how we can ratchet the cost down a bit, and you say, you know what, this is way more than we want to pay, and it doesn't fit in our budget, then what you would probably want to do at that time is reject all bids and either abandon the project at that point in time, or provide some direction to remove major project components. And then to
like the second story,
second story or an entire building, and then that would be such a drastic change that would need to go back out to bid again, as opposed to just renegotiating the price.
But through a value engineering exercise and, looking at fellow council members as well, let's say we get $2 million out of a value engineering. That doesn't have to go back to bid. That just gets cut off. What does that process look like? I guess that's what I don't understand.
Right. So what it would look like is us working with the contractor, and I'm also suggesting in here a council subcommittee of 2 people, to identify opportunities and order of magnitude cost reductions that could be achieved. If we're comfortable moving forward that way, what you would be doing is actually awarding the bid for the full bid amount, giving us direction to pursue the list of value engineering items, and then we would go put together contract amendments, change orders with the contractor to make those changes and finalize the prices.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
It's a reversal of the 10%.
I gotcha. Yeah, that's great. I just didn't understand the process, so I appreciate that.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I remember talking about this in our last budget cycle and being highly supportive of it. One, because I think it's really important that we take care of our investments. We have these hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment that's sitting out in the snow. So if you're going to buy something, you should probably take care of it. 1. 2, I feel like our combination bank shot is critical to our community. It has so much support. I haven't heard anyone say that they're opposed to it or not interested. So I feel like this, if I'm correct, is a key chain in that link of, or a key link in that chain of getting this all taken care of. So I feel like we need to figure out a way to get this built. With that said, it's 50% higher. We were at 8 million last year. We're at 12 million now. That's pretty substantial.
44%. To be exact.
Hey, wow, thanks. 44% higher. So I would agree that seeing where we can cut costs, the value engineering. And maybe it's not going to be 100% renewable, but it's going to be much, much more efficient than what we've got now. So sometimes we need to keep in mind that I actually wrote down, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So maybe we need to keep that in mind as we're exploring what options we can do. But yes, I'm aligned. I think it would make sense to have a council subcommittee. I do not think I personally have the knowledge or qualifications and would love to utilize my time with other things that we've been exploring. So I would nominate some other council members to take that one on.
And who might that be?
Actually, you and Anna, because you're both really well versed in these topics.
Okay.
Just saying.
All right. Thank you,
I'll
Jessica.
echo Jessica.
Yeah, option 4, and not to put too fine a point on it, but I think we have some expertise in this area if you're willing.
You bet. Sorry, honey, if you're still watching. I'm really sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think this is the right way to go. This is an opportunity and a challenge. Getting 44% out is a tall order by any stretch. So I would imagine there will be a lot of creative thinking, and I'm certainly willing to be part of the 2-person council subcommittee to be on this, along with Anna. And it'll be good to see what we come up with. In terms of timing, Dan, what are you thinking? How compressed does this need to be?
Very.
So
the reason I say that is the contractor, they have a obligation to honor their bid for 30 days. They can choose to honor it beyond that. What they have told us is that, if we can work through this effort over the course of the next month, that they can still honor their price. If it starts getting too much beyond that, it doesn't mean they couldn't honor it, but it starts to affect other things in their world. And quite frankly, if we drag this on for too long, I don't think that's good for us. I don't think it's good for them. So what that does mean is, we've already got like 3 meetings with the design team and the contractor on the calendar, in case you did go forward with the staff recommendation, and we would be getting in touch with you as the council members tomorrow morning to see when we can meet later this week and the following week. So I think on the one hand, it's compressed and it's fast moving, so it won't take up your time for months and months and months, but it may take up more time over the next month or month and a half.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, anything else?
Just to clarify, I heard Morgan sort of self-nominate, or all 3 of you?
No, I was looking at...
Oh, you were looking at... Okay.
David.
Okay.
I think it's worth pausing and saying if you're going to be out of the country for...
Yeah, that is a consideration. So I am leaving tomorrow for Europe, and I'll be back April 7.
Okay, so I think we could start the process without you, and
I will have email. Yeah. I think go ahead, and if you want to email anything my way, I'll be checking emails, but 9-hour time difference. So
okay,
yeah. So we can work it out. Yeah, this is stuff we're used to, right, Anna?
I'm getting used to it. I just hope my family will too.
That's awesome.
Well, I meant the nature of the beast here.
Yes.
Not so much the time issue, but yeah.
This is a worthwhile investment.
Yeah.
For sure.
Staff would request that the council take a vote on both the direction and on the appointment of the CUP subcommittee.
I would move...
And we've tried to lay it out right here.
Okay.
I would move that we perform an exploratory project scoping and value engineering effort with McEwen Construction, project design team, and a council subcommittee of Mayor Tierman and Councilmember Klostad.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you for bearing with me.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Was there anything else on that? Are we good? Okay. All right. Okay. So
for one night.
yeah. With that, we'll go to, I believe, council reports. Yes.
I'll go first. I have none.
okay.
I was on vacation last week.
Hawaii, right?
Yes. Thank you. It was wonderful.
Okay, Jessica?
I think I just have one. Morgan and I met with Phoebe and Allison to talk about the mental health services that are offered through the county, local nonprofits in Truckee, and to start brainstorming how we as a council and as a town can assist and support with the expansion of those services.
Thank you. Morgan?
Absolutely. I thought it was really productive debrief with Jeff. And the other part that came up was we were made aware of an increase in state funding for homeless services, and sort of pointed out that Truckee doesn't really have, even if there was funding available, we don't really have a picture of what it would look like to increase our support for homeless. But given the very, very popular and heavy use of the emergency warming shelter, sort of suggestion that we engage a little more at the staff level with what that might look like. I also attended the Mountain Housing Council kind of agency group. I am planning, so one of the things that came out of that, we're discussing Placer County Supervisor Jennifer Montgomery's appointment, which means that the remaining 4 supervisors at Placer County are going to appoint a replacement for her. That's going to happen at the meeting, at the Placer County Supervisors meeting in Eastern County, which I plan to attend and plan to sort of make a public comment to the effect of, we'd really like you to appoint a supervisor that understands the East County Mountain Housing Council and related transportation projects that we all work so collaboratively on. I attended the climate and wildfire event here on Thursday. It was very informative. I was pleased to help cut the ribbon at the new Safeway renovation, filling in for the mayor.
Thank you, Morgan. Anna?
Well, I attended my first LAFCO meeting in Nevada City and met my fellow commission members as well as all the Nevada County supervisors. Got a nice little tour of that, which was quite nice. I also attended a conference a joint conference put on by the Local Government Commission and California Association of Council of Governments. It was very informative and continued my drinking from the fire hose theme. I enjoyed the live stream of the wildfires and climate change talk that was put on by some pretty amazing organizations that I'm just now getting to know. Citizens Climate Lobby, well, Sierra Business Council, we all know how great they are, and then Elders for Climate Action, and of course our local Truckee Fire District. This was very, very informative. I really highly recommend that everybody watch it, particularly before we have the agenda come forward on the emergency preparedness and wildfires. So you can find it on the ttctv.org webpage. And then lastly, I met with Girl Scout Troop number 1631 to answer questions about running for office as they are working on their election badge.
All right. Thank you, Anna. March 14, I attended the community workshop downtown. Danielle and Jenna, the whole crew was there, did a really great job, well attended, a lot of focus on community vision that night. And I think there were dots, right? There were dots? Yes. Remember dots. Okay. Great event. March 21st, also attended the climate change and wildfire presentation that Morgan and Anna spoke about. Really enlightening presentation. Yes, and I also would encourage everyone to view that as well. And then the 23rd, attended the big fundraiser, the Rotary Club Crab Feed. Great event Saturday night, and raised a ton of money for, I think it was for the high school. I'm not. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Project Silvergrad. Sobergrad. Silvergrad or Sobergrad? Sober. Okay. That's better. All right. I think with that little bit of humor, we can close this meeting out and we'll re-adjourn April 9th, right? Okay, thank you.